All right, guys. So today is Euro CPI. Oh wow, man! Listen to I sound like Batman for once. That's cool. Market is gapping down a little bit today, but a huge green day for the market yesterday. We're all the way back up to 394s here. FRC bouncing all the way back to 33s. Looks like that dip buy would have actually worked here. So market's back big already today. So got a really nice bounce back. Again, it kind of goes to show that like every time somebody's screaming bear, you got to look at things and maybe understand that this market could head the other way. We're going to get some music playing. Today is quadruple witching day. It's when all four major contract types in securities expire same day. And it historically, it's a day of relatively decent volatility. Can y'all hear the music? You should be able to. Yeah, Bitcoin. My ExxonMobil trade doing well. My Disney trade doing even better. So, love to see it. Bitcoin all the way up to almost 26.5 or almost 27K. Hey, nice, man. We're gonna go ahead and take a little bit off of our ExxonMobil trade. I mean, we're already green on it. So I might as well lock some in here. We already caught the full rebound there. I'm gonna have to wait until the open though, or at least wait for a few minutes here. What's up, Jessica? What's up, Beach Bum? What's up, Game Action Type DS Kevin, Nurse Dan Mac Lit? Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, man. Yesterday, market back big again. Like I said, I'm not hating on bears. I understand. I'm bearish sometimes too. Like I can't really knock bears. I'm bearish a lot, to be honest. But it is one of those things where I posted about it. I posted about this yesterday, and like people really need to understand how the market really is, right? Like, okay, the market's contrarian is the best way I can explain it. So the best way I can explain this market's contrarian. Okay, the biggest lesson everyone should understand is that the market is contrarian, and extension plays a huge factor. When everyone is yelling fire, I buy. When everybody's yelling bull run, I sell. Very simple. Works very well too. Works really well. All right, so they've apparently pushed SIBs to recycle some of the deposits they received from First Republic back into FRB for 120 days. The result is that FRB default risk is now being spread to our largest banks, spreading of the risk of financial contagion to achieve a false sense of confidence in FRB is bad. according to Bill Ackman, at least. Luckily, pre-market today popped this one up. No, it's sitting at 32.50s. Yeah, so it's back up here. Yesterday was a ridiculous day, man. Look at this. So yesterday went all the way up to 36, almost 40s, pulled back some now. I need to make some money, and my wife said she will. I mean, listen, man. Listen, man. If you're day trading and you're struggling financially, it's the worst decision you could ever make, bro. All right, I try to be honest with people about this, but like if you're struggling financially, do not day trade. Under no circumstances should you be day trading. Day trading is you're almost certain to lose money. You know, the only thing you should focus on in day trading is learning, because you're not going to make money in the first few trades. And if you think you're going to be the outlier that does, you're probably going to lose more, brother. You know, I don't mean to rain on anybody's parade here. I really don't. I'm just being honest about day trading in the beginning. Most day traders lose money in the first year or two, you know, ultimately. And so trying to gamble with trading to make money is never a right move, brother. It's never the right move, man. Like, you should only day trade or trade in general if you're financially stable, to be completely real. You know, outside of that, like if you're struggling financially, you want to like start a business or, you know, get some type of certification, you know, get your real estate license, you know, do something like that. That's what I would do. You know, I wouldn't, again, if I had no money, I would never day trade. Because again, the odds are just stacked against you in the beginning, you know, and it's possible to be successful, but when you're first starting out, almost everybody loses money. And so that's the really important thing to understand about it. And I know there's a lot of day trading gurus out here selling courses on publicly available content and stuff, but you know how it is. All right, guys. So quad witching day today. So today is when all four major contract types expire. I want to make sure. Okay, so it's when stock futures index futures, stock options, and index options expire. So it's all 4 major contract types expire same day. So all option and all future contracts expire today. So you get stock index futures, stock index options, single stock futures, and single stock options expiring same day. So basically, to put it into perspective, you get SPY contracts, you get Apple contracts, you get futures of the S&P 500, like the E-mini, and then you get what did I miss? I did stock options, index options, single stock futures, and index futures. So again, historically, it's a day of big volatility. I mean, this is following the craziness we've had in the market, to be honest, over the last couple of days. Again, we bought ExxonMobil yesterday. We're in Disney. We're green on all these, so that's nice to see. We're just waiting for me to be able to trade this. All right, so about 3 billion assets have been added to the Fed balance sheet in the last week, so quantitative easing is back. A federal judge has rejected the U.S. Securities Exchange Commission's attempt to claim that crypto must be regulated by them. Well, that's good. Yeah, it's a pawn. NASDAQ broke the bull flag, so it makes it the next bull run might have started, so I'm selling. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never heard of that one, bro. If they missed earnings, they're not as profitable as they thought. Hey, what's up, that one fit couple? Is it St. Patty's Day today? Oh, I didn't even know. I don't want you to copy anything. I don't know what we're going to do. I have no idea what's going to happen, Ice. You know? And I see what your name is, bro. And you're probably just trying to get me to say your name. But I'm never going to say it. Just to give you a heads up. So... Yeah, the lawyers in the FTX lawsuits are just are scamming people 100%. All right, guys. So SPY dipping down a little bit here. Again, I'm in Disney. I'm in Exxon, and we will take some profit here. So you'd love to see it. All right, guys. So yeah, market bouncing back 394.30s, quad wishing day today. Interesting day for sure. Very nice. Yeah, they'll probably get to 25. Yeah, for sure. The lawyers are the ones scamming people. They're talking. They're like, listen. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Okay, if FRC taught you anything, if Silicon Valley Bank taught you anything, okay, it's that the stock market involves risk. If you're putting money, if you put money into a stock or security, that's your own. You're taking that risk. You're understanding that risk. You can't get mad if the stock fails, if the company fails. If you use a specific brokerage, to be honest, like you can't be mad if the brokerage fails, to be honest. And I think FTX is one of those things. I've always come to the defense. I've never promoted FTX once, but I've always come to the defense of the people who did, because ultimately, like, I don't think there was. Okay, some people could say, oh, well, we saw this early, and maybe a few people did, but the vast majority of people never saw it coming. When you look at the top crypto brokerages, FTX was number 3 in the world. Okay, so like suing essentially just sponsorees, suing marketers for promoting the platform, like I promise you, bro, the marketers are not going to be liable for it. Like you got to get mad at the brokerage itself. And if you can't get mad at them, you can't get mad at the marketers who are just sponsorees. Like they're just sponsored by FTX. They're just affiliates of FTX. Like they're not liable for anything. Trading's like this. Sometimes businesses go out of business and it's not their fault. People are just mad they lost money and looking for somebody to point fingers at is really what it is. But again, I don't think it'll ever stick. The people who are scamming them the most are the attorneys in that regard. Right, even O'Leary got. You can't sue marketers. It's dumb, and it seems desperate, and it'll never stick, and it's just a waste of time. And I think people are just doing it to be loud. Yeah, I got in Exxon Mobil right now. I got in. My average price is $99.06. Right, it's at 102.03. So I'm up about $3 a share. Got in Disney a couple days ago at 91.95. Disney at 94.50 basically right now. I'm going to cut most of these this morning in about 25 minutes. Right, 100%. You'll lose more on lawyer fees in your investment. Some lawyers are good. I'm going to sue John because I lost 10K in penny stocks. Oh, well, bro, then you haven't been listening to me, bro. I got about 30 examples of me telling people penny stocks were scammy, you know? Honestly, if anybody ever tried to sue me, bro, I would, like, listen, I got enough money to lawyer up, you know? And, like, I've got enough examples of me telling people not to copy me, of me telling people that penny stocks are shady, of me telling people I'm not liable, I have no idea what I'm doing, that I would just replay over and over again in court. And, you know, it would just be a waste of money. You know. Hey, what's up, Sir VCO? Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. But yeah, SPY is down here. Again, the dollar index just popped up a little bit. That might cause some dips in the SPY. But again, ExxonMobil, we bought the dip yesterday. Hey, you love to see it. Slowly chipping away at it, too. So yeah, today is quadruple witching day. It's when all 4 major contract types expire. I think it's at the end of the day. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do, Charles. I'll probably cut my trades this morning. I have no idea what they're going to do. Yeah, for sure. Only invest what you're okay with actually losing. Is the reality of what you're supposed to do. Is only invest in what you're cool with losing. That's why I always tell people, like, don't copy me. Especially, like, if I find somebody that seems like they're gambling, I'm just going to tell them, hey, look, most day traders are going to lose money in the beginning. And I'd rather just be real about it. All right, guys. All right, so yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at some other stuff here. Markets started to pop up, but the dollar index is what worries me right now. So the dollar index is creeping up here too. What's been interesting is that over the last couple of days, there's kind of been like an inverse correlation between the Dixie and the market. So if they're following each other, which they kind of look like they are, not to a T, of course, but they're following each other some. Interesting dynamic for sure. John, do you think semiconductors like NVIDIA, Qualcomm, and AMD have reached the bottom? I don't know. I think they're up too much over the last couple months, to be honest. All of them. NVIDIA, NVIDIA a couple months ago was at $100, basically. It's at $260 right now, roughly. AMD was at 54 a couple months ago. It's at 100. It's up 100%. And I know that's relative to the lows and the bottom. QCOM was at 101.90s. It's at 120. That's a little bit better. But again, I'm skeptical. They're extended. I buy extended pullbacks, and I just don't think they're in one yet. But I do think they're in somewhat of a pullback though. So maybe, I'm not sure. What was your first time trading like, and how would you advise you give to first time traders? What I would do is I would do a funded account program if I started over. And again, I'm gonna tell you this: I'm sponsored by a funded account program, and so I think I'm innately biased in their favor. But I think even if I wasn't, I think funded account programs protect traders' money. Some traders dislike them because they take them and they lose and they can't win the funded account program. But you better believe if you can't win a funded account program, you're probably not going to, with a few exceptions, you're probably not going to win with real money either. And so what a funded account program allows you to do is it allows you to take a risk, have some pressure, but if you lose, it's not the end of the world. When I first got started trading, I used a discount platform. It was called SureTrader, right? It was a day trading platform with no PDT rule. It was an overseas brokerage with no PDT rule that gave you like 6-to-1 leverage. It was super sketchy now that I think about it. And it gave you 6-to-1 leverage. There was no PDT restrictions. You could day trade as much as you want. The commissions were obscene. It was like $20 plus a trade sometimes for commissions, and it was just ridiculous. And everybody that's been trading for 10 years or so knows what I'm talking about with regards to SureTrader. And so I ended up putting like 4K into SureTrader and just destroying my account with leverage in like a couple weeks. Eventually got and it was a lot of money to me. Like $4,000 at the time was a lot of money to me. It was like more money than I really knew. And I put it in a freaking overseas brokerage with leverage and lost all of it. And the reason I fell for it is because, again, what I did was I started watching gurus, man. You learn to trade, right? You try learning to day trade. And what do? Right? You research day trading. You type it in, whatever. And what do you get? You get Tim Sykes. You get, all these freaking day trading gurus who are trying to sell you courses on publicly available content. Like, you can find the content that are in their courses for free by just Google search. Literally same content you're going to find out there, but they're going to charge you $4,000 for it and pretend to be your mentor when they've got like 1,000 other people they're doing it to, and so they're getting rich off the backs of new traders that are naive. And then when you try to talk those traders out of it, they get mad at you for it, which is just confirmation bias to the fullest because they're spending so much money. But what I would recommend for new traders is just to take it very, very slow, join a legitimate brokerage, or what I would do, again, I would do a funded account program because you still have some pressure to succeed, but if you lose, it's not much. It's like $100 or $200 or whatever it is. You can try out Top Step. Link is in the description. They are a sponsor of mine. But again, understand I'm certainly biased in their favor. But again, if I could start over genuinely, even if they weren't a sponsor of mine, I would do a funded account program. It would just be safer. It's just safer to do it that way. A lot of people don't understand it. And, like I said, if you're a really solid trader, that already has tons of experience, and do whatever you want to do. But I think limiting your risk by trading small in the beginning, you could also just trade small, you could just day trade, but you're going to be restricted by the PDT rule, and you're going to have to trade very small because the biggest problem most new traders face is that they just trade too large. They see day trading gurus post big $1,000 gains on Twitter, and they desperately want to be like them. Or sometimes they just want their attention. Like, they want to post those gains so they can tag those gurus that they treat like celebrities. And hopefully have the guru acknowledge him, and it's like validation, but in the end, it doesn't mean anything most of the time because it's just nonsense. It's not real. And so that's the reality of what it is. And again, I get some heat because I'm honest about that, but that's the truth of what the trading niche is like, especially day trading. Um, what do you feel more? Losses for sure. Wins feel normal to me. I'll win more than I lose, so wins pretty style. Wins are pretty easy, you know. I use Quant Tower, John. Yeah, and like I said, y'all can get 20% off if you do want to do a funded account program, but understand, like, I'm not trying to make this a plug, you know. My link is in the description though, if you want to take advantage of that 20% off. But again, I would just do a funded account program. Again, they're gonna let you get started, take some risk, have some pressure, but not risk too much. And I think that's the real niche of funded account programs. That's why they're valuable. All right, guys. So I'm waiting for these 15 minutes to pass so I can actually cut some of my Exxon trade. I'm up like $3 a share in a couple days, or in a day. Yeah, they cherry pick. I know, yeah, but I think losses are necessary in the beginning. You have to feel the burn of losing to develop a risk management system. You know, if you never lose big, you're never going to feel it. You're never going to care. You're always going to take big risks and not care about it. And so you kind of have to lose big in order to really understand that what you need to do with risk management. Hmm. All right, dollar index is at 104s. Yeah. I mean, it's all preference what platform you use, John. So it's all preference, man. Like some people are going to prefer different preferences or different platforms, and I just have preferences towards different platforms. But it's all aside from that, it doesn't matter. All right, guys. So Dixie pulling back a little bit. This should be good for markets, I would think here. Again, I still got about 10 minutes before I could actually trade, and I'm still very green in all these trades. So again, we'll start unloading some profit. Yeah, I track Bitcoin. Yeah, there's Bitcoin right there. Bitcoin doing amazing things right now, up to 27,000, which is ridiculous. Great for Bitcoin, to be honest. All right, so yeah, Texas is looking at a marijuana decriminalization bill. Honestly, they need to do something like this. Honestly, I think the irony is very funny, where everybody's like, freedom, Texas, freedom. Yeah, but then it's like, oh, but if you have cannabis, we're gonna throw you in jail. You know, um, I think Texas needs ballot initiatives, and I'm not even a cannabis user. Like, to be honest, I was always like, I'm not saying I never was young and had fun when I was young. All right, but like, I was always kind of paranoid when I was young, and and so it was just never really something I did regularly. But I just think I would rather my tax dollars go to other stuff than putting people in jail for cannabis. You know what I mean? I think cannabis is objectively less harmful than alcohol and tobacco, and which are obviously legal things. And so I think when you put it up to a standard of legalization, it's silly to waste tax dollars reinforcing it. The only people really pushing to keep it illegal are law enforcement, ultimately. Oh, got you. Okay. Quadruple witching day. Oh, yeah, so appreciate the heads up, guys. Missed that one completely. Yeah, it'll never stick though, Martin. Like them getting sued for promoting FTX is kind of like suing. Like, are you going to sue a late night celebrity for being in an infomercial? Are you going to sue a celebrity for being in an infomercial at night if that infomercial goes bust? You know what I mean? Like, no, of course not. You can't sue marketers. Like, they're marketers. They're hired by those companies to market. All right. You can't get mad at the marketers. Like, you're going to have to get mad at the company itself. And I know people lost a bunch of money and they're sad about it. And sometimes they might be a little emotional. And so they might just be looking to point fingers at people. But you can't sue marketers for marketing. It's just not reasonable. Again, it's never going to stick. The lawyers are the ones getting the biggest, money from this anyway. They're just kind of talking, people into doing it. It's never going to pass. This is just never going to pass. Hey, what's up, Doug? I think SIVB will probably, if it resumes, it's going to resume at like a couple dollars a share. King. It's not going to, it's done. The company's over with, man. Yeah, but it's not about how much they tax it. There's always going to be somewhat of an underground, right? But you better believe if it's legal, people are going to go to the legal routes. Like, like if it's legal, and again, it's better for people. Like, people are like, oh, I don't want my kids doing something. Dude, your kids are going to, like, cannabis is one of those things where, like, if, like, people are going to do it regardless of its legalization status. Like, all you're doing by criminalizing it is making people go to sketchy places to get it. Like, they're going to get it anyway. You're jeopardizing people more than anything because they're going to consume it anyway, like, regardless of legalization status. I think that's something that's been very self-evident over the last 50 years, ultimately. Bitcoin about to hit 27K. Yeah, but they're going to have to, the people suing are going to have to pay for their lawyer fees, most likely. Yeah, Bitcoin just shooting up, man. All the way up to 27K roughly right now. Stephen Smith thinks the Jets should give up 2 first-round picks to acquire an Aaron Rodgers, bro. No, dude, that's a terrible idea. No offense. Listen, I like Aaron Rodgers and all, but Aaron Rodgers is old, man. He's getting old. Like, bro, you shouldn't give up 2 first-round picks for that. It's crazy. It's unnecessary. Like, you're losing out. Like, you could hire an up-and-coming quarterback for the future of the franchise instead of. All right, we're going to do a poll here. I don't think I've done a poll yet. Yeah, FRC dipping down big here. Look at that drop. Does the market close green today? Yes or no? Does the market close green today? Yes or no? FRC pulling all the way down to 31s. Look at this dump. Look at this drop. I got a couple minutes before I can actually unload my trades. But yeah, look at this. Look at the drop at FRC. What happened here? Something happened. So the ECB supervisors concluded that there's no contagion to EC banks from turmoil. Exposure to Credit Suisse is immaterial, according to Reuters sources. All right, so Fed is most likely going to raise rates 25 basis points in March. Like we said this a couple different times, and that's probably going to happen. 25 basis points is pretty certain, I would say. All right, FRC bouncing right back up. Yeah, he's at the end of the career. Did I say? Sorry, guys. I'm going to get rid of my poll. Does the market close today? Does the market close green today? Thank you for correcting me. Sorry. There you go. That's better. My bad, guys. My fault completely. Does the market close today? I hope so. I hope it closes, man. Yeah, I fixed it. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed it was like 90. It was like 85, 90% yeses. And I was like, what is going on? And then I was like, okay, got you. This song gives me Saturday morning in the 90s vibes. Like Family Matters. You know? All right, guys. All right, we just locked in profit on we just locked in profit on our Exxon trade. I'm gonna lock in more profit on our Disney trade. Done. All right, so just locked in profit here. Nice. Cool. Beautiful. I will take it. Bro, I'm telling you, dude, my dip buys are getting better. The Fed will do 25 basis points for the next rate hike decision. which my guess is going to go out at 25 basis points. It's going to be on the 22nd. So the next Fed rate hike is going to be on the 22nd. So it is going to be next Wednesday. So next week, we got some stuff going on next week too. Tuesday, we have GameStop earnings. Wednesday, we have the rate hike decision. Thursday, we got jobless claims. All big stuff here going on. Banks are dumping down here. And yeah, I unloaded a lot of my Exxon trade and my Disney trade here, to be honest. Quantitative easing is back. All right, guys, banks pushing back up here. Bitcoin hit 27K. I see. Quantitative easing is back. And again, if you don't know what quantitative easing is, like I looked up the technical definition because it's going to be easier for me to just read the technical definition. But what it essentially entails is that central banks buy bonds mostly. And the technical definition is quantitative easing involves a central bank buying assets in the open market. It usually involves bonds, the safest asset in the fixed income area, but in some cases, it can be other types of assets to further along the risk. The technical way that quantitative easing boosts the economy is that when central banks spend money on those bonds, they are putting that money back in the economy by buying those bonds, essentially. So the institutions they are getting the bonds from now have whatever they're paying for the bonds to spend on other things, and that ultimately boosts, the economy. Now, on the other side of that, it's called QT, which is quantitative tightening. All right, it's basically the opposite of that. It's taking back money supply by no longer buying assets in the market, but by selling assets. Central banks sell its balance sheet assets, basically all the bonds that they've gotten at their balance sheet at the moment, and reduce the money supply floating around in the economy, essentially. So you can kind of see there's a point in time where the central banks are going to want a QT, and there's a time they're going to want a QE, depending on whether they want economical and GDP growth or whether inflation is a problem. So, yep, that's the thing to understand about it. A lot of people are speculating that quantitative easing is back. So basically, the Fed is buying up stuff. And you can see the banks are dipping down a little bit, down to $30 for FRC. Bitcoin. A lot of people disagree with the fact that quantitative easing is back. Where's gold at? What's a good gold ETF, guys? Yeah, for sure. Bank bailouts are quantitative easing. GLD. So I'm sure gold's up on this. Yeah, I would be careful swing trading FRC. I mean, you could do it. Like I said, you can do whatever you want to do with these banks, brother. Like genuine, do whatever you want to do. I'm not going to tell you what to do. What I will say is that there is an exorbitant amount of risk that comes with holding small banks like FRC. There's an exorbitant amount of risk, okay, by holding this overnight. All right, you got to understand. Like, it's big risk, big reward, though. So, like, while you might make money, you might lose money too. But it's a big risk and a big reward if you get it right. So, just be careful, bro. That's all I'm saying. Just be careful. Yeah, quick in and out play. Yeah, I saw Edwin Diaz got hurt, Martin. I did see Edwin Diaz get hurt. Honestly, it's just like I like the World Baseball Classic, and I see that Puerto Rico eliminated the Dominicans, which I'm kind of bummed about. The Dominicans were my favorite team. Puerto Rico's team was stacked, though. They were stacked, bro. They had a great team, or they have a great team, man. But I think the Dominicans, in terms of just like, I'll say this, in terms of well-known talent in baseball, the Dominicans are very high up there. And so it was interesting to see Puerto Rico win. And but yeah, Edwin Diaz, man, he didn't even get hurt in the game. He got hurt during the celebration of winning for Puerto Rico. So it was just kind of a freak accident that he's going to be out the entire season. And I like Edwin, man. The trumpet got people going, bro. When he came out, the walkout and the trumpet, it was just a fun part of baseball that grew the game for sure. So it was very disappointing to hear that he's going to be out the entire 2023 season, unfortunately, which is just crazy, man. That sucks. Oh yeah, you're right. Maybe it is exuberant. The word I was actually looking for was not exuberant. It was exorbitant. So that's actually the word I was intending to use, was exorbitant, which means, quote, unreasonably high. So like if you're taking an exorbitant amount of risk, you're taking like an unreasonably high amount of risk. Irregardless, yeah, no, for sure, Mark. Listen, I'm happy for them, bro. My point was I liked Edwin Diaz, dude. I watched his games last year, man. Like his games were fun to watch, bro. He had that walkout. They played the trumpet song. What was it called? Narcos or something on the trumpet. And he walked out and he was just cold, man. 103 fastball. Like I'm bummed, man. I'm bummed for him. What's up, Del Rey? I don't know. I don't really mess with penny stocks. All right, guys. Bitcoin tapped 27K. SPY just cracked under that 394 level. And again, we cut most of our Exxon trades. We cut most of our Disney trade. We're still sitting on like very small pieces, but I'm probably just going to cut these here. And then I'm also going to get out of Exxon. You know what? I'm going to get out of all of these right now. Yeah, so I'm flat on these today. We're out. We're flat. Nice little green day so far. Yeah, what's up, DK? Yeah, quad witching. Yeah, I mean, the problem is like, the problem with the penny stocks is just that, like, here's the real problem, okay, is that the patterns aren't unique. Most of the time when the pattern shows up, the stocks fail. And so it's kind of this thing where it's kind of like alchemy, like where it's like people are acting like they know the secret to it, but there really is no secret, and it's just kind of random. And a lot of new traders specifically fall for it. In all honesty, like a lot of new traders just get stuck doing it. Like ultimately what happens is penny stocks are just volatile. Like a large majority of penny stocks are going to fail. You know, without question, they're going to fail. Now you can day trade them and try to make some money with them, and that's cool. But like even that comes with a lot of risk ultimately, and it's you know, you just got to be careful. What's the difference of trading early market versus day market? Well, pre-market is going to be less liquid. More catalysts are in pre-market. So pre-market is going to be more kind of catalyst driven and extension and you're going to have more like trends, I would say, after the bell. More trend based, but I think it varies. And I think the biggest thing is just there's less liquidity in pre-market. I used to hate trading pre-market. Now I'm probably better at pre-market trading than aftermarket trading. You know. Bro, Tim Sykes is ridiculous, bro. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not even like, I'm not even a person that says names. Like, I don't even like saying names. But one day he's like, see, I told all you guys the banking market's gonna fail. I told you guys, you know, banks are greedy and the market's gonna crash. You know, longs are done, bruh. You know, and then the next day, sorry, bears, it's never paid to bet against the U.S. This is why most short sellers are toxic. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? You contradict yourself constantly. You know. And I like Tim Sykes' personality. I think it's funny. I'm not hating on Tim Sykes. Tim Sykes, don't hate me, bro. I'm not shooting shots at you, bro. It's all good, dude. But it's just silly, you know. There's so much panic amongst YouTubers, bro. I've been like, honestly, I'm just kind of sitting back. I love the fact that I designed my channel the way I did, where I don't claim to be an expert. I don't act like a guru. I don't sell a freaking course or a service. I don't claim to be a good trader. Bro, I could lose every day and nobody can say a word to me about it. All I do is cover economic data. We're really an economic data channel here. Like we cover CPI, PPI, jobless claims, Fed rate hike, Jerome Powell stuff. Today we got European CPI, guys. So if you guys didn't know, we had Euro CPI drop today. Let me put this up on screen so you can see what it was. But we did have European CPI drop today, I believe. Or maybe I was wrong. No. I was right. Yeah, we had Euro CPI drop. Euro CPI came in at 8.5% as expected. European CPI came in at 8.5% as expected. All right, guys, market's starting to fall back down here. And again, I told you guys we did cut our Disney, our Exxon trades this morning. Little baby trades, but hey, I mean, I can make money. Honestly, it feels really good to trade like I've been trading, to be honest. Like, it feels really good, man. I can't even lie. Like, I've been very accurate with my swings, and it just feels good, dude. Like, just to put this into perspective, here was my here's one of my Exxon trades right now. Let me show you guys this. This was my Exxon trade. It was kind of a swing trade. It was a mix. It was a little bit of a mix of like a day trade and a swing trade, right? So I bought Exxon yesterday at the open at $99. Sold a little bit at basically $100. Sold the rest this morning at basically 102, right under 102 here. So I profited for about $2.50 a share. We did a similar thing with Disney as well here. If you look at Disney, yeah, and these are small trades that, you know, I would have added to if they would have pulled back more, but they just didn't. So again, here's Disney right now. Did it again. Disney, bro. My accuracy trading Disney has got to be super high. Again, Disney bought at 91.95, sold the first pop at 92.60s, sold the rest this morning at 94.30. So not bad, bro. I will take it, dude. Again, it just builds confidence, man. You know, like we're nicely green on the year. Yeah, definitely top 3. Who? Who's plus who? Yeah, honestly, you know what's kind of crazy is that Elon Musk kind of said the same thing. Remember what I said about my haters? And again, I'm not saying like this is everybody. Like, I'm pretty neutral politically, but one of the things I said was that like a lot of the people that are the most toxic here with me are people who swing really hard to one political side, who want to see the world basically crash and burn, and so just so they can say, "Hey, my political party was right." Um, you know, and so again, it's interesting to see what he said here, which is said, "quote I can't wait for society to collapse so my ideology can rise triumphant from the ashes." And then he said that describes a significant portion of this platform. 100%. You know, and I think it's an interesting dynamic, you know, because again, I deal with my haters here, and again, a lot of them, to be honest. And again, I can respect you regardless of what side you're on, but a lot of it is the right, you know, in that regard. Like, a lot of it is people who disagree with the current administration, you know. And again, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with anybody. I'm pretty neutral, I really am, and I can respect both sides. I really can. I'm not. Most people are not toxic regardless of the side they're on. Okay. But you got some people that are just really emotional about it and like end up just being incredibly toxic from it. And I see it a lot. But it's definitely not everybody that's on that side. I'm not saying it's everybody. Again, I'm going to have some people that are like, hey, like, you know, stay out of politics. And maybe y'all are right. But what I said, I'm reading one of those posts by him. And so it's just an interesting thing that he's saying basically the same thing, which, you know, is going to ruffle some feathers. But, you know, it's all good. What's up, Chris? I love the disgruntled on Weeble. Yeah, we're all very gruntled here. Sorry, that was an office quote. Yeah, I don't get why anybody has to care about their party team. I go by policy is really what I go by. Like, I'm very policy driven. But in all honesty, I haven't voted in 10 years. You know, so I mean. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I believe he needs to be less political too. No, I don't know what that is, Chris. All right, guys. So FRC breaking down to 30s again. Very sideways this morning, though. Big range. Very sideways this morning. Yeah, so essentially a lot of the markets are bouncing back because people realize that their bank's going to be, their bank's going to be bailed out regardless of how bad it gets. Uh, and people are optimistic in that, and I get it, What's interesting here is the trickle effect that's going to come into play here. Yeah, for sure, Sean. I'm pretty neutral too, dude. I really am. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really want to go politically. And it's my fault for bringing it up. And again, I was just saying that because I thought that it was an interesting take because I said a very similar thing yesterday. Because a lot of the people that are like hardcore haters on the channel that just kind of sit there and wait to criticize me for whatever I say or they're for being bullish. Anybody that really makes fun of people for being bullish, like I said, they're usually the ones that get really toxic when they start calling people names, they start insulting people, like, those are the ones I'm really talking about. Most people are chill. But yeah, Bitcoin, guys, where do you think Bitcoin's going to get today? Does Bitcoin hit 30,000 this weekend? Weekend, a lot of the time, is some of the most volatile time for crypto because like more people are home and trading essentially. So where do y'all think Bitcoin is going to get this weekend? Yeah, everybody says something dumb every now and then. And saying something dumb is fine. I'm pretty chill about like what people say. Like I don't usually ban somebody. The only time I ever really ban somebody is if like it's like a regular thing, right? So it's like if I say like here's when I really start to pay attention to somebody, you know, like if somebody's pushing for one side, like say they're pushing for the downside, right? And so they're super bearish, and I take a stance of like, hey, we dropped a bunch short term, so I'm gonna take a short term day trade and buy this dip, right? And then they start making fun of me for that. That's when I really start watching them, being like, okay, like this person is just super bearish, and like anytime anybody says anything even slightly construed as bullish, they're gonna like jump on them. Because it's all relative to time frame. Like I said, right now we're probably a little extended on the downside short term. So like I think the odds that we bounce back up to like, just as an example, like this level here are pretty high short term. Maybe not, though. I have no idea what's going to happen. Don't copy me. But I think the odds of a short-term bounce back are high. But of course, anything could have potentially happened here. We zoom out a little bit more, like we look at like a 5-minute chart, for instance. I think like from yesterday, we still might be a little bit extended on the upside. And so we could pull back at least a little bit down to like here, maybe here. Again, have no idea what's going to happen, just kind of speculating on the market. We zoom out even more. We put a 10-day chart. We're pretty neutral. We're pretty flat. We're right around that break-even level here. We're slightly down. And so we could go either way on a midterm basis here on a 30-minute chart. We could go either way, in all honesty. We zoom out even more on a 90-day chart, or let me do a 180-day chart. 180-day chart, we are slightly green, but again, pretty neutral. And so I genuinely think we could go either way right now. So again, we started 6 months ago at 384. We're basically at 394. So we're slightly green. But we could basically go either way because we're close enough to neutral in that regard. We look at a yearly chart, we're down. So you look at a yearly chart, we're down over the last year. And so in that regard, I think there might be some extension to the upside, but I don't think we're down enough to for us to really say, hey, we're extended. And I think the banking situation right now means that anything could essentially happen here. You zoom out even more than that, obviously we're going to go up long term. And again, betting that we're not going to go up long term, and I mean over like a 20-year period, betting that we're not going to be green is silly, and it's a sucker's bet, and it's missing out on the biggest edge the market will give you, which is long-term value investing. So that's the way you have to look at it. But the point is, it's all relative to time frame. I could find any of these arguments and give the argument for either side here, and it would be fine. But if we're going to zoom all the way in, it's understandable to be bullish on a short-term basis. It's understandable to be bearish. Again, like the easiest way to put it is the other day after the big drops. If I pull up my actual trades, let me find the actual trades I got into. I'll put up a 20-day chart. Yeah, so the easiest way to put it is like this, so like a couple days ago, when the market had pulled back a bunch, we bought up Google at 92.60s. We bought up Google at 92.60s. And when I did it, it was when the market was gapping down like a profound amount on the day. The market was gapping down big on the day. We bought up Google at the low 90s. And when I did that, a lot of bears made fun of me. They're like, "Oh, bro, what are you doing, dude? Like, you don't know what you're talking about." The market very quickly rebounded over the next 2 days. And I ended up selling like 10, 20 minutes later at like 94. From 92s to 94s in like 10, in a couple minutes. So like 1% in a minute or two. Or a percent in less than 30 minutes, I mean. But the market ended up rebounding big over the next few days. And so the market really is contrarian, I think. I think the more people that yell at me bear, the more I'm bullish. The more people that yell at me bull, the more I'm bearish, or the more I'm selling, at least. But it can vary, and nothing's ever 100%. I think you just got to base it off of probabilities. Hey, nice. Yeah, so quad witching day is the day in which, so contracts generally expire on different days, right? Quad witching day is when all four major contract types expire same day. And this is single stock futures, stock index futures, single stock options, and stock index options. So all four of those contract types expire today, at the end of the day. And so historically, it's a day of added volatility. We don't know for sure, but like that's what quad witching is a day of added volatility, basically. This is a good show. Unoffended explanations help the folks who want to learn. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Yeah, we try to be unbiased here. I mean, I have my biases. Anybody's gonna have their biases, though. But I genuinely am politically neutral, and so if you hate me for politics, like you're probably just not being realistic, because I'm genuinely neutral. I dislike both sides, to be honest. And in market terms, I really am a little bit of everything. Like there's times when I'm bearish, and there's times when I'm bullish. I tend to be more bullish. The more the market pulls back, I tend to start to get more bullish as time goes on and the extension of the market grows. And I start to be more bearish as the market pushes up and, the extension on the upside short term grows. And that strategy has, again, made me very green over the last, little bit. And it works. It gives me a lot of confidence, too, because swing trading is one of those things where it just makes sense, man. It makes sense. All right, guys. Yeah, I will be right back, guys. I just got to go run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. The market is starting to flush, though. What's going on right now, and regardless of the extension, is FRC is really starting to break here. It's really starting to break, so that'll be a interesting thing to watch if the banking sector keeps falling here. But yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Yeah, so FRC just popped back up. We'll see if it holds. But again, I sold most of my swings overnight just now. So yeah, I sold most of my stuff overnight just now. All right, FRC just popped up pretty big, back over $30 a share here, all the way back over 30. Look at that move. Wow. All right, guys. So market's still breaking down at 393s here. I might buy this dip short term, but it's going to be a very small trade, and I'm going to get out very fast too if it doesn't work. So we're going to take 50 or 25 shares here, right around 393, anticipating that we might bounce. Anticipating that we might bounce right here. And so this is the Donald Duck song. You know, the market's tanking really short term. All right, so far we have gotten a little bounce here, just 25 shares. Again, extension is probably on the downside, so. All right, so we're flat still here. So we caught the dip. We're gonna see if we bounce a little bit now. All right, so we're completely flat here. All right, still right around that level here. These songs are ridiculous. Let me see this one. All right, so we did bounce back up a little bit more. Hey, what's up, MS? Not really any big day today. It's quad witching day, so it's kind of a big historical volatility day, but nothing like super big, to be honest here. Nothing like crazy big, you know. All right, so we got a little bounce. I'm not sure what I want to do with the rest of this here. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do the rest of this. I think I'm just going to let it sit. I think we could bounce back a little bit more. There's a little bit more of a bounce back. I could probably take a little bit off now, but I do want to see if it bounces back more. I think the extension's on the downside at this point in time. So I think we got a shot of bouncing back some, but I'm going to take a small little piece off and just lock something in just to protect the trade. All right, so we bounced back a little bit. We locked in profit. Look at FRC completely reversed back down, though. I think that's the risk here. Yeah, I think I'm just going to sit. Look at Bitcoin pop all the way back up. Bitcoin all the way back up to 26.9K roughly, 26.9 thousand. All right, guys. Could add a little bit more. FRC hitting that low level, bouncing up some too. FRC always back up to 29.60. Tempted to take some larger risk here. I think the dip buy based off extension. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin just tapped 27,000 here. 27K. Wow. 27,000 here. Wow. Hey, good for it, man. I want to see it continue to do well. See if it drags anything else up too. Bitcoin hit 27.03 thousand, a little bit under that now, but did hit 27K, which is good. All right, so SPY all the way back up some more here. And again, we're just kind of making a little bit of profit from this. It's very small. We're not taking on a lot of risk ultimately here. Yeah, today is... And you were long, MS? Yeah, today is quad riching day. So today is quad witching day. So it's all four major contract types, right? So it's single stock options, stock index options, single stock futures, stock index futures, all expiring today, at the end of the day today. So, you know, again, historical day of volatility. Again, we did catch the bounce here, and we could lock in a little bit more. A very small little trade here, but like you can see, we kind of let it add up. We'll go ahead and cut the rest of this. I don't think I'm confident in a much bigger bounce, but again, just kind of bounced off of extension here. And again, this type of extension is what we usually target, but just more green on the day here. And again, today we already locked in profit on, we bought a little bit of Exxon yesterday. We bought a little bit of Disney a couple days ago, and we unloaded on both of those today. Got out very green. We'll take it. Hey, nice MS. Yeah, so FRC back up to $30 a share here. We'll see if it holds, is the big thing. Let's see if it actually holds. All right, Bitcoin, 27.4 thousand, 0.04 thousand. Yeah, so people are expecting the 22nd to do 25 basis points. All right, guys, so market has bounced back even more here. I don't mind taking my trade and just kind of accepting the profit on the day there. I just thought we were a little bit extended. It's still moving up nicely here. All right, guys. So market is back up some here. Let's watch FRC and Bitcoin here. Bitcoin pumping up right now. It looks like cutting Disney and Exxon was the right move here, because we got out, and it looks like that was the right move. Let me see if I can get this log in. All right, guys. So sorry, guys. Doing one thing for let me open up. Right. Yeah, guys. So let me see how much of this I have. And then, sorry, I'm kind of messing with some of my crypto. Wait, what? Let me go back here. There we go. All right, market's still trying to bounce back. FRC still trying to hold too. And so again, we do have quad witching day. Okay, that's what it is. I see. There we go. Sorry, working on kind of transferring something. But yeah. There we go. So yeah, market finally dipping down some. And let me know if you think me selling there was the right move. I think it probably was. But obviously we could just continue bounce back. We could just continue to bounce back. Down to 393. Bitcoin sitting right at 27K. It'll be an interesting spot to see like what happens there, like if we actually hold, you know. Market pulling back a little bit more. Let me see what the chat says here. Profit taking day. Yeah, I mean, I cut most of my trades. We got the rate hike decision on Wednesday here. Is it feasible to be trading as your only job? For most people, no. Second line, third most humble. They should have. Honestly, I was able to write it whatever I wanted. I thought about doing some dumb stuff, but I just decided to keep it simple. Like they actually let me write out what I wanted the plaque to say. So not what they let me write out the channel name is basically what they did. And so yeah, but hey, my guy, man. Hey, thank you, brother. MS says, supporting the only YouTube channel I come to for quick data release and honest advice helps me take better trades. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, that's the point of the channel, man. And we appreciate people finding value in what we do here. Again, there's just a lot of stuff. And again, I don't claim to be an expert. I think that's what people respect is the fact that, like, I'm not out here trying to sell a course and pretend to be some super expert trader. And again, I'm green on the year on Thinkorswim, and I'm not if I lied about that, I could get in trouble, and I'm not lying about that. I'm green on the year on TOS. I think people could probably watch how I trade and see that I'm green on the year. But thank you so much, man. I truly do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Awesome, dude. But yeah, that's dope, man. Thank you so much, dude. Yeah, I'm still waiting for that big crash. Yeah, bro. I mean, you know how it goes every day. Oh, yeah. Do we have FedEx earnings today? I think we might. Okay, no, we don't have FedEx earnings. FedEx earnings might be next week. Okay, so yeah, so Tuesday we got some stuff. Nike and GameStop. When is FedEx, though? Oh, FedEx was yesterday. So how did FedEx do for their earnings? Look at Bitcoin break highs again, almost up to 27.1. But yeah, FedEx killed it on earnings. That should probably help the market too. Market did end up pushing up some more as well here, up to almost 394s. But yeah, look at Bitcoin here, guys. Bitcoin all the way up to 27K plus, over 27K. So that's great. I hope it keeps it up, to be honest. Yeah, FedEx did great, man. Yeah, I mean, you can live off of your trading, but you need a lot of money to do it. You know, like you need hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it, to be able to reasonably live off of your trading. And to be honest, you only really start to get the hang of it like years into it. So you only really start to learn like that years into it. But yeah, FedEx did great. All right, so market popping up. Bitcoin broke highs again, up to 27.125 on some platforms. The other platform I'm looking at, Bitcoin, is up to about 27K, just under it, about 26.9K, but still good, still solid. And yeah, let's see it continue. Now, FedEx might have missed, but they reacted positively, for sure. Let me see what they did here. So FedEx posted FedEx BDPS missed estimates on sales, raised guidance. So they mostly positive for FedEx. Better guidance, better EPS, missed sales. So I mean, over most of it is positive. What's CS doing? Credit Suisse, it's back down to 2s, but it's still dumping. Bitcoin's still rocketing up. All right, guys. Market dipping down a little bit. I don't know what we want to do with this. And I kind of just want to be patient, but I don't know what we want to do with it. I'm just kind of sitting sideways right now. Jim Cramer's in Florida. Peter Schiff says Jim Cramer claims the Fed no longer has to worry about inflation as the banking thing will put out the fire. But he basically thinks it's going to make inflation worse. We'll see what Cramer says. All right, market dipped down a little bit more here and then retraced it pretty quickly here. Are you buying the dip? I don't think I am yet. I don't think I'm convinced yet enough. It is quad witching day. ETH is up about 6% today. Bitcoin ramped up to 27K. Sitting there now, big downwick coming in here. So a big downwick of pressure coming through here. So, And again, guys, if you want to help support your boy here in this channel, check out TopStep. TopStep is a really useful thing. We talked about it this morning, but it ultimately helps traders learn for cheap, right? So the big risk new traders face. Look at the market bounce all the way back up. But yeah, the big risk traders face is that most of them fail in the beginning and they lose thousands of dollars, and it kind of destroys their urge and their it destroys their motivation. With that, one of the cheaper ways to get started is a funded account program. And one of my sponsors, and they are a sponsor, I'm certainly biased, is TopStep. TopStep, what they do is they give you a demo and they test your skill and they give you some resources to where you can learn how to trade in the futures market. And there's no PDT in futures, so you can day trade and short in these markets. And so they give you a demo, they test your profitability, they give you resources. And if you pass their testing, so basically they give you a demo, if you can hit the target on their demo without hitting the max loss and while following the rest of their rules and conditions, then they fund you between $50,000 to $150,000 with a 90% split. To be fair, I think most people are going to lose these funded account programs. I think most people are going to lose because most day traders lose money. But that is the entire point of this, is that if you put up the money yourself, you're probably going to lose that too, except when you use real money, you're going to lose much more generally. So these funded account programs, the benefit of this is that you can test your skill, not take on too much risk, still learn to trade under pressure, have some resources to succeed. And if you're good enough, you can pass the testing. If you're not good enough, you're probably going to lose anyway, and you would have lost way more. And so it's a great middle ground of pressure to test your skill. And if you want to check it out, great way to help support the channel. You can get 20% off. Here is the link right here. Again, I am biased in their favor. But, you know, again, I think it's a lot. Yeah, you can still lose on TopStep. I'm not saying you can't. What I'm saying is that it's a lot cheaper to lose on TopStep than it generally is to put up the money yourself and risk that. My name is John, MS. I'm not down today. No, I'm green on the day. I ended up buying ExxonMobil yesterday at the open at 99 and went up to 102s today. I ended up buying Disney like a couple days ago at 92s, I believe is where I bought it. I can't remember where I bought it, but Disney popped up to 94.50 today. I sold, cut both of those trades. Had a little dip buy on the SPY today. I sold, so I've been green. I don't think I've had a losing trade this morning, but yeah, I haven't had any losing trades today in terms of day trading. So yeah, we're green today. Well, if you lose, you can reset for $100, Adam. Or once you're funded. So if you're good enough to actually get funded, like I said, the test is on paper, so it's a demo account. But if you're good enough to get funded, they're going to give you a max loss as well. But you know, I think it's a little bit looser. But you get 90% profit split if they fund you, right? So if you're good enough to get funded, say they fund you 50K, they're going to tell you, hey, look, we'll give you this 50K in funding. You lose over 4K, you know, we're cutting you out of this program, you know, but you get to keep, you get $50,000 in buying power to trade with, and you can keep 90% of your profit. It's something like that. But again, reach out to them, check the link out if you want to learn more about them. Again, they are a sponsor of mine. All right, but yeah, SPY dipping down a little bit here. So again, coming all the way back down. But man, the crypto market pulling back a little bit too at 27K now. So in the funded account, they take it well, number one, there's gonna be an algorithm that cuts you out of the trade if you lose too much, right? So say you get that 50K demo, and again, you have to understand, if they didn't do it like this, some people would get funded and they would just YOLO that account and try to roll it into like 1 million and then just walk away, you know. But the point is that they would take a lot of risk to get there, and so there's a max loss once you're funded. It depends on which funded account program you're in. So I can kind of show you that. I think with the max one, your max loss is like almost 5,000. So basically, the point is if you get out in time, or if you hit the max loss, then you know you go back to step 2 of the combine. You pass step 2 again, they'll fund you again. But there's a max loss that they stop you from basically swinging for the fences too much, because again, you got to understand, they're legitimately funding you this money, and so they don't want people just risking all their money, you know, because it's a legitimate funding. So it's like they don't want people risking it all. Riot getting hot today. Yeah, Riot's just moving with Bitcoin. One of the reasons I never buy Riot, like I hear a lot of people pumping up Riot and pumping up Mara. My genuine question to this is like, okay, if you believe in Bitcoin, why not just buy Bitcoin? Like, why buy Riot? What's the purpose? Riot's going to move completely with Bitcoin anyway. Its profitability is completely pegged to Bitcoin. Bitcoin does well, Riot does well. Bitcoin does poorly, Riot does poorly. So, like, what's the purpose of buying Riot? You know, you just have more restrictions in stocks. You know, why not just buy actual Bitcoin? You know, it's going to move the same anyway. Bitcoin goes up, Riot goes up, Mara goes up. You know, Bitcoin goes down, Riot goes down, Mara goes down. It's the same thing. It's the same, like, that's what it is. So why buy Riot in the first place, I guess, is my point. Well, you have to pay the monthly fee. The monthly fee is $140 a month for the base one. A little bit under that, actually. A little bit under $140 a month if you use my link and get 20% off. So it's $140 a month for the base one. They'll give you a 50K demo, and if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you, basically. All right, guys, market pulling back down a little bit here. Do you understand altcoins? Yes, I mean, you know, we got a crypto channel we cover. It's youtube.com/beginner crypto. I understand what altcoins are. And I understand that, I guess, Riot and Mara are also mining those too. And so I understand that. But I guess my point is like Bitcoin acts... Bitcoin influences the whole crypto sector anyway. And so I guess my point is like, if we're this bullish on crypto, just buy Bitcoin. You know, that I don't understand. My point is, I don't understand why people would take the added risk of buying an actual like mining company relative to the actual cryptocurrency that they're mining in the first place. That's what just doesn't make sense to me. But, you know, everybody's different. And again, maybe I don't know something there. That's very possible. SVB files for Chapter 11. So Chapter 11 is reorganizational. So the discount code's in the link. There's no code, Ben. All you got to do is go to checkout, and it'll give it to you. You got to go to checkout, and it'll be there. And again, they're a sponsor of mine. I'm certainly biased in their favor. You know, it's very hard to get funded. It's not easy for sure. Yeah, but I don't think they should get mad at the freaking... I don't think they should get mad at... I don't think they should get mad at the influencers that promoted FTX. I think it's silly. You know? You know what I mean? Like, why get mad at people promoting something where they obviously didn't know it was shady? You know what I mean? Like, they obviously didn't know it was shady. They're just kind of promoting like what was the third largest crypto exchange in the world. And I never promoted them once. And so it's not like I'm defending something that I did, because I never promoted FTX once. I never spent a penny on FTX or promoted it ever. I never used it, luckily. But like, you can't really get mad at marketers. Like, these are just marketers, guys. Like, they're independent contract marketers. Like, you got to get mad at the actual company themselves, not the people marketing the company. Like, people are just mad looking for somebody to blame, and they can't blame FTX now, so they're just kind of desperately trying to blame anybody else. But ultimately, the risk is on you for using a platform. You can't get mad at the marketer for it. Yeah, for sure, Rogerio. I guess I can understand that, bro. Why is this dump? Well, the market's just moving in a range really right now. Again, we kind of rode this up. If you look at the trades, it was very small trades. But like, look. Like, we kind of bought it at the bottom, sold as we moved up, and then cut it. And now it's pulling back down some. So it's just moving in a range. You start to understand that as time goes on, I think. Ranges move, you know. All right, guys, market is still falling down now. At 393 seems like a logical support level. Seems like a logical support level. I mean, obviously, we're still doing much better than we were at yesterday. So we're at 393s now. Look at how much of the market pumped yesterday, man. The market was at 387s at the open, 386s. So the market did great yesterday. Just huge runs. And now we are, again, I've said this many times before, and I'm going to try to make this as large as I can so people can really see what I mean here. So, like, this is the really important thing that we've talked about numerous times here at this point. All right. The market is contrarian, guys. Okay. Understand this about the market. All right. This is very, very, very important. Number one, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. I'm not an investment professional. I'm not liable if you lose. Always make your own assessment, trade responsibly. I have no idea what I'm doing. All right. Top three for sure. But with that said, look at this. So don't copy me. But the market is contrarian. And so what do I mean by this? The market is contrarian. What I mean is that if the market pushes up huge yesterday, what's likely to happen in pre-market this morning? What's the most likely outcome of pre-market this morning? In my personal subjective opinion, what's the most likely outcome? The most likely outcome is a profit-taking pullback. You know, you got to think about what I specifically did this morning. What did I do? I sold some stuff. I sold Exxon. I sold Disney. Why? It's because I was up so much from yesterday. All right. And you got to understand that that mindset is not specific to only me. Like, there's going to be a lot of other people that have the exact same idea. Like, hey, we bought up over the last few days. We ripped up huge yesterday. What should we do this morning? You better believe some of them are selling. They're going to take profits. They're going to lock it in. We're up huge over the last day. And so people who are buying over the last couple of days are going to be selling and taking profit. What does that cause? What happens when universally people start taking profit? You get stuff like this morning. You get pullbacks, guys. You get drops back down. You know, you get profit-taking dips. And now there's other fundamental stuff going on in the market right now for sure. But, like, that's what happens. Again, the market is contrarian. We push up big yesterday. What's the most likely outcome today? We drop profit-taking. You know, same thing. We gap up big. What's the most likely outcome at the open? You dip. We dropped big yesterday in pre-market. What happened yesterday? We ripped up. Market is contrarian. Down, up, down. That's the big thing to understand. If everybody's yelling bull run, you know, what do? I sell most of the time. If everybody's yelling bear market crash, the market's going to crash. What do? I buy most of the time. And I think I've made that very clear. And so, again, I can't guarantee anything's going to work for you. I have no idea, but the market is contrarian. It's one of the most important things to understand about it. Don't listen to sensationalized people trying to pretend the market's going to crash every day. Don't listen to people telling you the bull run is always back. It's going to be somewhere in between that generally. And again, the market tends to base a lot of stuff off of extension because people tend to take profit, and that's just how it goes. Right. Basically, right. Yeah, extreme fear you buy and greed you sell 100%. And that's the big thing that's hard for a lot of traders to not get wrapped up in. You got a lot of people who, when we drop, everybody's acting like it's the end of the world. Like it's doom and gloom. The market's going to crash, guys. The market's most likely to bounce back in that situation. Happens every time. Not every time. Okay, let me rephrase. I should never say every time. It happens a lot of the time, I should say. With Top Step, can you trade 24 hours? No, it's specific to day trading. There's a limit. There's about an hour after the closing bell that you have to be flat. So it's specific to day trading funded account program, not swing trading. All right, guys. So market's starting to crack down some more here. Broke lows just now. E-mini breaking down. Bitcoin pulling back a little bit. Let's look at like Tesla here. Tesla starting to test the previous closing price, going red on the day. Tesla actually green in pre-market, leading the market in some ways, though. Yeah, all good. All right, so let's find some music here. Yeah, so the best mover next week is going to be the Fed rate hike decision for sure. It's on the 22nd. I think we're almost certainly doing 25 basis points. Like I'm not 100% sure, but I think we're most likely going to do. I think we're most likely going to do 25 basis points, probably at least, but who knows for sure. All right, guys, SPY break it down. Some more under 393s here. Under 393s. Tesla just cracked under the previous closing price. Bitcoin pulling back a little bit as well. But again, big green day yesterday. If the extension enough is here, then maybe we bounce at the open. All right, guys, market's still breaking down. Again, let me know what you guys think here. Yeah, it is quad witching day. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Again, Bar, listen, man. I'm not saying I disagree with you, but one of the things I've been consistently telling people, you guys is that every single Fed meeting, people sensationalize and say, we're going to crash. We're going to crash. Every CPI report, they say, we're going to crash, and we don't. You know, every PPI report, unemployment, GDP report, they say, we're going to crash then, and then we don't. You know, and so maybe we crash this time, but I've been hearing it every time for the last year. You know. All right, 391, 392's just tapped on the market here. So market's still breaking down pretty big. I'm assuming this is related to FRC. Yeah, FRC dumping down here, dragging the market with it. So right now there's a positive correlation between FRC and the SPY. You can see FRC dip, market dip. We're right around 392s on the SPY here. Quad witching day is when all four major contract types expire same day. Stock futures, index futures, stock options, index options. We'll see. Well, yeah, usually crashes happen when very little people expect them. And the problem now is that everybody's screaming fire and the sky is falling. And so I think crash is less likely because of that. But it doesn't necessarily mean too much, you know. All right, guys. So look at FRC back down to 27s here. 27s, still risky. We're out. I haven't really traded many futures today, but I will start buying stuff up if it looks cheap enough. If we get like deep enough extension to some of this stuff, I will buy some stuff up. Look at the SPY. Wow. I'll put a 1 minute chart up to see the price action unfold here. Look at this drop in the market here. So profound drop for sure. See where the extension leads us at the open. How does it make any sense that the S&P following FRC? Well, I think that the S&P 500 is following banks. And I think people are using FRC as a substitute for banking in general. And so I think people are looking at FRC to better play off of potential weakness in markets. And if they see FRC bank breaking down here, they're going to assume weakness in markets, but maybe not completely. It looks like the market's breaking down and FRC is just kind of consolidating. Looks like the institution's already trying to price the news in so they can drive it up on the news. Seen that happen? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It depends. I mean, we're already still up green from yesterday's open. And so we are up big yesterday, and I kind of see us pulling back now. But again, I don't know what we're going to get. I have no idea. I don't know if we're following FRC or not. I'm just kind of speculating on it because that's kind of how we were leading up to this. If you look at, for instance, if you look at, here's why I'm saying this. All right. If you look at like the SPY and then you look at FRC, it's very similar price action here. Bounce drop, bounce drop. So it's very similar price action here on the SPY versus FRC. You can look at it and tell. So that's I think an interesting spot of this where a lot of people are watching banks to see how they perform. Market trying to bounce up a little bit now, but let's see if it holds over 392. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to bounce it open. Maybe. We'll see. We could. We might not, though. So just got to wait and see. All right. Yeah, bear with me. I'm gonna have to mute the music for a second here, guys, just so y'all can't hear. I'm editing something real quick, but make sure the music is muted. But yeah, market's starting to bounce back. And again, look. So again, the point is, people could say the market's not following FRC. Look at FRC bounce. Look at the market bounce, right? And so they're doing similar things to each other. And I think people are using the banking sector as a whole as a gauge of how strong or weak the market is right now. And I think that's kind of what's going on here. Kind of. But again, we'll see. All right, guys. So yeah, market's bouncing up a little bit, back up to 392.30s. So we'll see if we actually hold that, though. 392, I think, is an interesting spot. Bitcoin's still at 26.8K. FRC rejecting at 28. Well, let me see how fast this is. How do I speed this up a little bit? Let me see. All right. All right, guys. Market pulling back to that 392 level again. Let's see if we actually hold that spot. We could. We'll see if we will, but we could. Again, 392 psychological hold dollar level. Yeah. So. All right, guys. Market pulling back. Let's see 392 if holds. That's a good spot. Um. Under 392 for a second. All right. All right, guys. So, all right, we're back. Sorry, guys. All right, so we're back. Sorry, I had to do something to edit something here. I'm back. But yeah, so market consolidated right around 392s. We'll see if it actually holds. I'm not sure if it will. But yeah, we'll see if it actually holds those levels here. Fubo bankruptcy. Really, I have Fubo. Should I cancel them? No bounce, John. See, Al, listen, man. I'm not saying you're wrong, brother. You might be right, dude. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying, Al, is that if you had a little bit more variance in terms of your sentiment, then I would believe you a little bit more, right? But if you're only pushing bull or if you're only pushing bearish action, and every day you're telling people the market's going to crash and it's going to be catastrophic, and then it's not a large majority of the time, listen, you can have whatever stance you want. It's all love here. It really is. But I just start to, be skeptical of the big crash that everybody says is going to happen every day. You know what I mean? And again, maybe it does. I don't know. But yeah, I think after a certain point, it's just human nature to be skeptical after that. Yeah, should I have Fubo. Should I not trade it? Hey, what's up, bro? Gold about to make new high. Yeah, we'll see. Again, the big day next week is the 22nd. 22nd next week is big. Yeah, I think we could crash. I'm not saying we don't. Look at Bitcoin crack all the way back down to 26.6 thousand here. So again, I really don't know. Yeah, 100% Al. That's all good, brother. All right. Let's see. We got FRC bouncing up a little bit here. A little bit. dude, you always want to be. You're always kind of arguing too, Kenneth. I mean, listen, it's all love here, man. But like, again, you're kind of one of those ones that are usually just kind of sitting back, waiting to criticize, and that's all good, man. If that's how you are, but I think it's a little ironic coming from you. But still, like I said, it's all love. I'm not mad at bears, bro. I get it. I understand. But you also have to understand, like, part of the point of this show is to talk about like different views in the market. So we're talking about different views. We're talking about different biases. We're talking about which direction the market could head. That's a normal thing, man. I think that's what the show's about, bro. Is hearing different viewpoints on different things. Oh, it is St. Patty's Day, bro. I didn't even realize today was St. Patty's Day. Yeah, I don't really get super biased to one specific direction. I mean, again, bears will try to say I'm perma-bull, but again, if I was permanently bullish, I would never sell, and I definitely sell a lot. All right, but yeah, the interesting thing this morning is that Silicon Valley Bank filed for Chapter 11, which is reorganizational. It's not going out of business bankruptcy. It's Chapter 11 reorganizational bankruptcy. So Chapter 11 bankruptcy filing, which is interesting. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, JX. I interpret perma-bull as the price will be higher in the infinite future. Well, it depends, man. Like, I think the price of... Okay, I'll put it this way. In 20 years, the SPY is certainly going to be higher than where it is now. Like, without question, the SPY is going to be higher than where it is now in 20 years. That's the biggest edge you'll ever have in the market as a whole. On average, you get about 10% from the market a year. On average, right? And so betting against that long-term outlook, I think, is silly, to be honest. I think you're going against a century plus of statistical data. But I understand when you shrink the time frame down and look at the near future. I think it's understandable to be bearish. I really do. I think it's understandable to be bearish. I'm not hating on bears in that regard. As long as you don't think in 20 years we're going to be lower than where we are now, which again, I think is a silly mindset. I can respect the fact that you might be bearish short term, and I think it's understandable to be bearish in some points, like right now, especially with the banking crisis that's going on. It just depends on the time frame. Jello, Chris, hey, St. Patty's Day, bro. Y'all have fun in BR. I miss the St. Patrick's Day parade, bro. Momentum weak this morning. Yeah, but I think you also have to understand that the market ripped up huge yesterday, Al. So like, here's the market yesterday. The market went from 386 all the way to 396 yesterday. Literally went up $10 a share. And market popped. What is that on a percentage basis? Let's call the market 400. We went up $10. So we went up roughly 2.5% yesterday. In that regard, if I think my math's right, it's right around 2.5%. I'm pretty sure my math is right there. So yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big gain in the market. And so again, the market is contrarian. So the market ripped up yesterday. What's the most likely outcome today? Most likely outcome today is that people start taking profit because of the huge, big percentage moves that we made in the market over the last day. And I think like the market's contrarian. We rip up really big one day, chances are we'll pull back the next. We move down really big one day, chances are we'll go up the next. As long as fundamental data could negatively impact any of those things, though. But generally the market's going to be based off of extension with short-term movement. At least that's the highest probability things you can get with it. You think it'll close green, John? I don't know, man. I really don't know. I think we're up big today, or we're up big yesterday, and so I think there's a chance that we don't close green today. But I really don't know. Yeah, for sure. Especially the last month's been choppy. Heavy, I'm not sure what you said there. It says that's not so, John. Is the market we good at world keep going up? I don't know what that means. Justin, you might be pretty late on the stream, brother. So Justin, I would hit the live button next to the play button. It sounds like you're pretty delayed on the stream, bro. Just giving you a heads up, man. You know. S&P price is right around 392s on the SPY. The actual S&P 500 is closed, so it's not going to open up until the opening bell. So we don't really know. We can look at the E-mini and see that the E-mini currently is right around. Let me make sure. There we go. Oh, okay. So yeah, the E-mini is right around 3,900 or so, 3930s currently. So that's basically where the S&P is currently. John, if the market, we would keep good going up. Sorry about that. Still don't really understand what that means, brother. The market long term is going to go up, yes. I'm talking about on short term. On a short term basis is what I'm referencing, guys. So what I'm saying is like on a day-to-day basis, okay, we get big pullbacks. Generally, the market's going to move up and vice versa after, extended downward movement here. Over the last 6 months, the market's been mostly green here. See, since October, market's gone up from basically lows all the way up to almost 400, sitting in 390s right now. So we're doing all right. Market's not doing terrible, I don't think. This sentence was written by ChatGPT. Yeah, so FRC still kind of cracking down a little bit. Here's Tesla. Tesla breaking down here. Here's the SPY. Here's Bitcoin. Bitcoin bouncing back up a little bit. Quad witching is interesting. We'll see what happens today. Again, all big contract types expire today, which is fun to see what happens. All right, market started to crack lows a little bit more in pre-market. Bitcoin actually popping back up though at about 26.8K, 26.8 thousand. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not saying I'm happy to see other trading channels not do well. Okay, I'm not saying I'm happy to see some other trading channels do well. And again, I'm not talking about like, I'm cool with a lot of good a lot of channels are killing it. Like Benzinga's doing great. Benzinga's a friend. Mitch is a friend of mine, so they're doing great. Happy to see them do well. Relentless Traders doing great. You know, Bulldog Trading's doing solid. But there were a couple channels that I specifically helped out. There were a few channels that I actually helped out. Like they needed that. Like I gave them free plugs in Discord because they asked me for it. They said, "Hey, can you help us grow our channel in Discord?" And I'd give them plugs for it and do all this different stuff. And then when my channel, like, you know, was getting less views, you know, and I reached out to them to get the same in return, they just kind of ghosted me, you know. And so I can check those channels now and see that a lot of them are struggling. They're getting like 500 views per stream and stuff like that. And I'm just kind of saying, well, I'm not going to say it's karma, but like, you know, I think people grow and then they refuse to help the people that help them. You know what I mean? And so interesting to see what channels over the years have succeeded versus failed. I'm not going to be specific about who it is. Again, it's not Benzinga. It's not Bulldog Trading. It's not Relentless Trader. You know, those are all cool. I'm cool with all of them. You know, there's a bunch of channels I'm cool with, to be honest. So I'm really not talking about most people. I'm talking about one specific person who I kind of helped them and they didn't give it back, you know. Hey, what's up, JX? Hey, thank you, man. Hey, thank you, IJ. Yeah, today's a little bit slow, you know. But the growth has been fun, man. Like I said, we're averaging, you know, almost 500,000 views a month, almost 500,000 clicks a month. You know, anywhere between 250,000 and 500,000 clicks a month. So that's fun to see. Look at the market breakdown now. I'm down at 390s here. 390s has got to be a big level. It's just got to be a big level, I would think. No, it's not Connor either. Connor and I are actually pretty chill. Connor and I have messaged back and forth. He's actually pretty chill. I'm not mad at him. He's cool. You know. I'm not going to be specific. I'll never tell you who it is. You know, again, it's not Benzinga, it's not Relentless, it's not Bulldog Trading. I'm cool with all of them. They're all those are my homies. You know, I'm cool with them. All right, guys. Not sure why I broke down. Hey, thank you, Jonathan. What's up, dude? Hey, man, I appreciate it for sure. I know there's some lurkers out there. Probably break it down because FRC break it down here, but maybe the market's just dragging FRC down. FRC has been super volatile, so y'all just be careful here, man. You know, this is incredibly volatile. I'm curious about the benefit of like maybe buying a cheap put option and taking a small risk in case this just really breaks down. Hey, thank you, Nomad. Yeah, we're the Goldilocks channel, guys. We're just right over here, you know. Yeah, one thing I realized though about collabing and like the trading market is so competitive, bro. Like the trading channel market is so competitive, dude. You know, like when we weren't getting a lot of views, like we were still getting thousands of views a stream, you know, but like we would try to go on a collab like marketing campaign where we collabed with other channels. A lot of them were smaller, some of them were larger. You know, and I had one of the guys that worked with me at the time kind of send some messages out to like a bunch of trading channels, like with, you know, he and without really permission, like he never really got my permission to do it. He just kind of, and to be fair, that was kind of his job, but he would message these channels telling them that it was me, basically. And a lot of them got like weird in response. And so it's really nice to see like a lot of them that got weird in response. I'm not going to say I'm happy they're not doing great, but like, you know. Yeah, Connor's cool. Connor's cool. But I guess the point is like it's hard to collab with other channels because it's just so competitive, dude. It's so competitive. Live streaming is a little bit different, but like collabing with other channels is hard. SPY bounced it all the way back up to 392s here. 392s. So SPY get a little pop back up right around 391s. Let's watch 390s here. Bitcoin is still running up too. All right, guys, market back up to 392s. Let's see if it actually cracks that level here. All right, FRC still right around 2650s. Yeah, the growth has been fun for sure. No, I didn't really take any finance stuff in college or schooling. I'm mostly self-taught, and I think you can go to college for it. I'm not saying you shouldn't, because you're going to get better jobs if you go to college for sure. But I think in terms of just general knowledge for yourself, I don't think college is necessary. I don't think going to school for it is necessary. I think we're in the age now where we're at the age now where you can learn anything you want to learn at home on YouTube for free without paying a penny for it too. You can learn high quality content for free on the internet without having to pay a penny for it. You can learn about finance in general, like on the way, on the internet very easily without having to pay for it. You can learn how to program on the internet without having to pay for it. You can learn, real estate. I got my real estate license in a week and a half. Like generally, I got my Texas real estate license in a week and a half. All right. I paid $1,000, took the course, didn't study at all. Passed the test in a week and a half. We got my real estate license. And so we're really at that age now where you can learn whatever you want to learn very quickly for free without paying, lots of money for it. Canada PPI came out. Did it really? I know we had Euro CPI come in as expected here. Canadian IPPI came out much less than expected. So it came in better than expected for Canadian IPPI. Again, they expected -8. They expected -1% or -0.1%. They showed -0.8%. So Canadian inflation numbers came in much better. About 20-30 minutes ago. So the industrial producer price index measures the change in output price of raw semi-finished to finished goods. But yeah, the inflation numbers for Canada came in better. We don't really have anything big today. We got Michigan consumer expectations and stuff, but the big story of the day is quad witching day and how that's going to look. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying you don't need a college degree. What I'm saying is that if you're a doctor, get a degree. If you want to be a lawyer, get a degree. If you want to be a philosopher, don't get a degree. Don't get a degree. Don't get a communications degree. Don't get a journalism degree. Those are all worthless. Get a degree in something else, and then you can still apply for communication jobs and journalism jobs. All right. Journalism doesn't mean anything. If you can write, you can write. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter what kind of degree you got. If you can write, you can write. No, you could become a teacher essentially without any of that stuff. It's bad. Again, you don't need the degrees in those things to become teachers. And to be honest, no offense, but it's not worth getting degrees in those areas to become a teacher. Like, you got to go to a 4-year college to make 30 grand a year. To be honest, like, most teachers don't have degrees in their subjects, and so I don't think it makes much sense to do that. I don't think it makes much sense to all right, we're gonna get ready to trade some futures here. It is quad witching day. We should have some fun action in the market today, to be honest. Here is the oh wait, it's MES M3 is what we should be trading today. Remember, the futures contract rolled over, or the E-mini rolled over a few days ago. Get out of the practice account. Yeah, for sure. STEM degree, 100%. Yeah, sorry, I don't know. I didn't actually mean to ban Kenneth. Let me unban him. There we go. Kenneth, I unbanned you. I think it was an accident that I banned you. Self-employed pressure washer and handyman making over 100K. Studied civil engineering. Yeah, I mean, I think the big education is getting a little... Like, I think the problem in that stuff is that, like, back in the day, not everybody went to college, and that was the right thing. Like, not everybody's meant for college, and it has nothing to do with intelligence to a certain extent. Like, some of it has to do with intelligence, but most of it just has to do with, like, people are good at different things. Some people are going to be better suited for building, and that doesn't mean they're not intelligent. It just means that they're better at building. Like, people are smart in different areas. But over the last, really over the last like 60 years, the standard of everybody going to college has risen super, super high to where it's like everybody wants their kid to go to college, and, everybody builds their kid up on that. And to a certain extent, you need college to get some good jobs nowadays for corporate America. But I don't think everybody's necessarily meant to that. I think a lot of people are going to make more money in trades like welding and stuff like that than they're ever going to make in college if they go. I think a lot of people are just wasting their time getting unnecessary, insignificant degrees that are not really going to do anything for them. But obviously college is good in some areas as well. It just depends on like I said, get a STEM degree, you know, get math, science. No, you want to be a doctor or a lawyer, get a degree. Yeah, that's all good, man. Like I said, I unbanned you, Kenneth. I didn't mean to ban you, bro. Yeah, but you're still going to need overseers of that automation. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the highest ceiling is really entrepreneurship, you know, like becoming an entrepreneur. And again, I think a lot of people overuse the word entrepreneur nowadays because markets started to bounce back. Look at the market bouncing back here. So SPY all the way back up to 392s here. Again, we'll see if it holds. But again, bounced all the way back up there. We'll see. Part of me wants to short, part of me wants to go long. I don't really know. But yeah, I think a lot of people overuse entrepreneur because they're just not doing anything, and so they just kind of say, yeah, I'm an entrepreneur, to justify not doing anything and you know, hanging out. I think again, I do think most businesses are going to fail, and I think that discourages a lot of people. But I think you got to keep plugging away at it. You got to keep chipping away at it. I also think you got to, you know, you got to research your market first. And if you want to really succeed at business, it needs to be something that you're genuinely interested in, you know, because if you're not interested in it, you're going to give up. So if you're actually genuinely interested in something, then you'll work hard. You'll know the market really well. SPY back up to 392.20s, 392.22s. But you got to be genuinely interested in it. If you're not, then you know you're not going to have the motivation to keep going at it day by day. You know, and it takes a while to build up a profitable business. It does. Yeah, there's a reverse cup and handle. I mean, it's head and shoulders. You know, cup and handle. Cup and handle is called a green to red move, and I think they're actually more powerful than red to green moves. Like I actually like red to green, or I actually like green to red moves better than the long version of it. I think when you break down, you can break down much faster than going up on the long side with those patterns. And so I actually love it when like the market looks like this, where hold on. What the heck is going on? Why won't it let me draw? I'm gonna have to exit out of my pin thing here. Hold on. All right, so I had to end Epic Pin here. I'll draw it for you. Give me a second. I usually draw it with a platform called Epic Pin, but it's being weird right now. But yeah, so here it is. There it is. So yeah, so basically, a cup and handle kind of looks like this. Like say here's the opening bell. You know, in the market, the stock moves down at the opening bell, rebounds back, pulls back some. I usually buy the dip here, right at the handle pullback, and look for a bounce back up. If the VWAP is kind of floating around like this, it's even better too. So like if the VWAP is the VWAP's chilling right here, you know, like right underneath it, then it's even better of like a look for the pattern, if that makes sense, right? But this one works a lot better. So like say this is the opening bell, you know, say this is the opening bell, and hold on, let me say this is the opening bell, and the stock moves like this. It goes really green at the opening bell, boom, really red, and then pulls back a little bit, shorting this little pop and looking for a continuation of the downward move like this is powerful. You know, it's called a green to red move. So it's when the market starts out green and then turns red afterwards. Again, I just think there's more momentum on this breakdown. And again, if the VWAP can be floating, you know, around here, then that's even better. So it's just based off of, because you got to understand, like the big change in sentiment, like the big reversal here, like this big downward move right here is going to cause shorts here. Like here, long traders are going to sell their positions. They're going to get out. Short traders are going to pile in, and it's going to give it just the added momentum to keep breaking down. Where it goes green at the opening bell, reverses in red. It's one of my favorite trades. It's one that you'll see me actually take a decent amount. Yeah, but then you're just talking about the social aspect. Cute. And again, I will say that, like, I think there's also a bit of confirmation bias in that regard. I think people that go to college obviously want to feel like it was justified and worth it. And so, of course, they're going to say, oh, well, yeah, it's definitely worth it. And I'm not saying it wasn't, but what I'm saying is it depends on the degree. It genuinely depends on the degree. If you're getting a degree in, law or medicine, I think law actually might, like, I think an apprenticeship situation like they used to have is more beneficial. You learn in a better way relative to what they have now with master's degrees. I think just following around a lawyer all day and working for a lawyer and following that attorney around all day and learning what he's doing and learning how he's doing it is going to be wildly more beneficial than getting your master's degree. So I think they should bring that back. And I know you can do that in some places now, but I think it's rare. But I think that was probably a better learning method than what they currently have and what they currently push, at least. Hey, thank you, Relaxation. Hey, thanks, man. Is there any news today? Well, it's quad wishing day. Yeah, for sure, Sick, 100%. All right, market's starting to rebound basically from big drops that we've had at the opening bell here. We're going to get ready to trade here, team. We are going to get ready to trade. All right, rebounding on the micro E-mini. So we got a little trend that we can probably draw here at this point in time. So we can look at like this. That's the trend we're in right now. And I think that's a nice little trend. We'll see if that trend holds. What data, John? 9:15. I mean, there's not really any relevant data today. I mean, we got industrial production numbers, but it's not really anything big. Expectations are for 3% for industrial production, and we'll cover it completely as soon as it comes out. But this isn't a huge release with regards to like numbers. Like industrial production numbers are not that big, to be honest. Nice to know. Quad witching day is when all 4 major contracts expire same day. Stock futures, index futures, stock options, index options. All right, so we got the trend here. Let's see if we reject at the top of this range. If we reject at the top of the range, it'll be interesting to see if that's the trend that holds. But
I'm not saying an English degree is useless. What I'm saying is that getting an English degree and then becoming a teacher for it is not the best financial decision. You know, like think about how long it's going to take in a teacher's salary to pay back that English degree. You know, like it's going to take freaking 10 years, bro, to pay that back. It's not, it's in terms of like reward versus money. And like you're not getting much of a reward for the money you're spending on that degree, you know? Like get a degree, like, and I think I'm a huge advocate. I think we should pay teachers more. You know, my mom was a teacher and got nothing, got paid very little for it. So like my mom was a teacher, got very little for it, got absolutely nothing, and so that's where my bias is on it. But I think we should pay teachers more. But I think people underestimate how hard being a teacher is, bro. Kids are jerks, dude. Like kids are not easy, you know, and so. Okay, so we're still following this trend here. Let me see if we can edge it out a little bit, get a little bit cleaner trend. I think we got to keep it at that level though. There we go. Hey, wait, what, Nate? What are you saying, man? So you're saying teachers don't work hard, Triple B? Are you really trying to say teachers don't work hard, man? I think that's a silly argument. It might be a troll, to be honest. And so I might just kind of tune out that. But acting like teachers don't work hard is silly, bro. You know? Imagine working and then having to build lesson plans when you get home from school, too. Yeah, you get summer off. But most of the time, they got to start planning stuff out. They get maybe 2 months of the year off. They get like $30K a year. You know, most places. Now, professors get more. You know, so professor, if I was going to be any teacher, I'd be a professor if I could. But yeah, I'm just going to tune it out. It just seems like a troll, honestly. No reason to argue about it, in all honesty. Yeah, for sure, Vom. If I was gonna do YouTube, do a channel, it would be one with 10 million subs. I mean, yeah, bro. And if I was gonna start a business, man, I would start a business that makes $2 billion a year, bro. You know? Y'all are funny, man. Hey, my guy Nate. $100 donation, brother. Hey, thank you so much, man. Shout out to you, Nate. I appreciate you, bro. I heard you say something about what's up with the $100 donation. How to do? Oh, you were asking how to do a $100 donation. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I hit 103,000. Yeah, some teachers are terrible. I had some bad teachers, bro. I had some bad teachers that just sat around giving people packets. But I mean, you got to understand, like, a lot of teachers don't get paid that much. Maybe maybe in New York or Cali, you might get paid 100K. But you also have to understand that the cost of living up there is so much higher, and so 100K up there is going to be the equivalent of 30K in Texas, or or somewhere outside of those places. But yeah. Hey, but yeah, thank you, Nate. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, but thank you, Nate. That's amazing, brother. Thank you so much, man. The patience you have to have if you're a teacher, honestly, bro. Like, imagine teaching a class of 13-year-olds, dude. Oh, nightmare, dude. I could never be a teacher ever. All right, so we're still kind of in this range here. Maybe we could look at this range a little bit closer now, but pretty much in this range here. Let me make it like that. I think that's probably the most realistic range, but we've been in this now eventually this range is going to crack, though. We got about 9 minutes until the opening bell. But yeah, thank you so much, Nate. I appreciate you, brother. Louisiana's got okay private schools. Some of them are all right, Yeah, Louisiana's at the bottom in terms of they work 9 months of a year, though, not 6. Summer's 3 months, So they, and again, really, they have to start that prep work about a month before school starts for their year, or they're just not going to do anything. Are you long in the spot right now? No. I'm flat in essentially everything. And summer school sometimes too. Yeah, for sure. Whew. Yeah, dude. Oh, I know, Chris. Yeah, man. 100%. Louisiana schools are terrible, bro. Like I said, my mom was a teacher for years. Louisiana schools. And I went to, I went to Kenilworth. Chris, if you know that school. I went to Kenilworth middle school, which was not good, not a great school. Yeah, so basically we're just kind of sitting in this little range trend. You can put a larger term trend up here. We can put like a 15-minute trend, but it's going to be looking like this. If you zoom out a little bit, we could be in a downward trend, but a little 1-minute trend forms here, so it doesn't look too bad. Again, we're going to be patient and just wait here. Try to play it right. All right, so Disney popping back up here. I did sell my Disney trade, so I'm flat in basically everything right now. Except for 3 stocks that I've been holding for like a year now. Oh, wait, we did have the news. I forgot about the news on industrial production numbers, which didn't really affect anything. You know, like I said, they're just not really big. We came in at minus 0.25% for industrial production versus 3% expected. Industrial production month over month came in at 0% versus 0.2% expected, which might be a positive thing for inflation. This data dropped right here. So it looks like we dropped a little bit and then rebounded back. But again, the data is just not relevant today. It's just not very important. Where's Tesla at right now? All right, guys, market opens up in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Tesla at 185, so rebounding all the way back up. So Tesla's bounced back pretty big today. So yeah, it's a choppy morning for sure. Oh no, I messed up my trend. Here, let me keep that. There we go. It's a choppy morning for sure so far. Market's getting like a little bull run on the books though right now over the last 20 minutes. This trend's been holding pretty well though. We'll see if it continues. But yeah, thank you so much, Nate. I really do appreciate it, man. That's a huge donation, brother. Thank you, man. Truly do appreciate it, bro. Yeah, everything's popping. SPY popping, Disney popping, Google popping, Apple, Disney, Tesla, Amazon. It's all going up. All right, so we are kind of holding this trend, man. Look at how well we've been holding this trend. All right, still going up. SPY all the way back up to pretty decent levels here. SPY up to 393s here. We had Deputy Treasury Secretary Adeyemo expects banks will need less liquidity from the discount window, according to CNBC. Where did that go? All right. Market's still moving up, test the top of that trend here. Look at that move up. Testing the top of that trend. If we hold here, that's going to really confirm the trend. But I think we've been in it long enough already to where eventually this trend's going to break here. You know. All right, so we confirmed the top of the trend already. Tesla's still up to 185. So we got about a minute and a half left until the market opens up. About a minute left. All right, guys. Market is still in that trend. Here's the opening bell and about a minute left. My market's moving up. Opens up in about 20 seconds, guys. Good luck today, team. Hopefully we can make some money here. Sorry, guys. Hold on one second. All right, here's the opening bell. Market just ripped up at the opening bell, breaking that trend line. Market is moving up a little bit. Green action heading into the opening bell here. Tesla pulled back at the open and then ripped back up pretty quickly here too. Market pulling back some, but pretty big rip into the opening bell here. SPY all the way up at 394. So we'll see if we reject there. Tesla just broke highs again, got up to 185.20s here. 185.20s. All right, market pulling back a little bit. I'm going to buy this dip with one contract. Just a little starter trade into the opening bell here. We got one contract here. We got two now. We will sell it quickly if it can't hold here. But we bought the dip. We'll see if the red to green move happens, though. Slightly break even now. Let's see if we hold this. I'm going to get this ready to sell if I need to. Ideally, I'd like to see a quick rebound. There we go. Nice. Cut half there. Cut the rest at the top. Just made about 20 bucks. Into the opening bell. I will take that. All right, so we're probably back now. Market pushing back up. Pretty choppy and sideways since the opening bell. We got one good trade in the books here. We'll see if we get some better stuff going on, but yeah, I mean, we've been Al, you know, like I said, man, I think we're pretty neutral so far. Maybe we break down. We certainly could. But what I'm saying is, like, here's the opening range right now since the opening bell. So like we've gone up, we've gone down, we've gone back up. Now we're coming back down, and maybe we break down to the downside this time finally, you know. But maybe we pop back up like we're doing now too. Again, I really don't know. I think it's too choppy to really look good at this point in time. All right, there's the breakdown finally starting to happen, and we will short this if it bounces back up some. All right, so we're going to go ahead and short this. Again, this is kind of the equivalent of a red to green move, or a green to red move that we spoke about here. So there's one contract. There's two. Get up about $25 on the day here. See if we get a flush. We got a nice little cushion to take advantage of here, though. Let's get the break. Very volatile right now, though. There we go. All right, we just cut a little bit more. Cut a little bit more. All right, so we're up about $40 on the day now. About $40 on the day. Xbox for me. All right, so we'll see if we short again, but so far we've had a weak open. Tesla's starting to bounce back a little bit. Let's see if we actually reject here. I'm going to wait and let some confirmation happen first. Weight training better than cardio for sure. It depends on what you're looking for, though. If you're trying to lose weight, obviously weight training is best, or obviously cardio is best. If you're trying to get bigger and gain muscle, then weights are for sure what it needs to be. All right, so we're bouncing back up. Again, this is Tesla moving up to test the previous closing price. SPY just cracked back over 93. And now we're finally starting to move back up here. So again, very choppy open, very sideways open. Now the range kind of looks like this. So today we have the Michigan consumer sentiment numbers. I forgot about that. Market popping back up. I'll have to read what it is. 43. We're probably... All right, there is the micro E-mini testing the top of the range of the market open period of time. Again, very neutral. I'm pulling back now. Is Exxon still moving up? Yeah, I cut my Exxon trade this morning, but it was a beautiful trade. You know, we got out though before the big dips this morning. Exxon just broke highs. Market pumping. Range. Yeah, I'm just kind of we're too sideways for me. It's too much of a sideways trend for me to really like this right now. I gotta kind of wait and let some type of better trend show up first before I really want to make any swings on this. We're starting to test the highs of the day though, so we just tapped over highs for a split second. I don't trust it. I think we could just pull right back down. But I do kind of hope we break highs. I mean, I hope I'm kind of wrong here. We'll see though. Okay, yeah, it looks like I was wrong, and I'm okay with that. Honestly, over 394s. Let's see if we can stay and hold over that spot. All right, guys. So market ripped up, pulling back a little bit. Tap 394s. Now it's pulling back a little bit here. All right, so there's the dip. I don't know if I trusted enough to buy it. I guess we could try one contract here so far. So we bought the dip here. I wanted to see if we get kind of like a, not a cup and handle quite, but like something kind of like it here. So we'll give it some time, but we don't need to be too stubborn with this. If it really starts to break down, we'll cut it. We've had a really profitable open or morning so far, to be honest. We don't need to take too long of a trade here. I'll see if we bounce up. We break this low, I'll cut this and cut it. All right, so we're still up about 30 on the day. We might bounce like right here too, but I'm gonna have to let a trend play out. Too choppy right now. So too choppy. All right, guys, pull it all the way back down. right, starting to rebound back up. Very choppy trend right now. Very sideways neutral trend. Not really the biggest edge. Again, we're slightly green on the day, but it's not a huge day. Hey, congrats, bro. Yeah, maybe the luck of the Irish, brother. Yeah. Yeah, I don't trust it was right. It's just too sideways and choppy. We do have some stuff coming out in 15 minutes. The Michigan consumer sentiment expectations drop in 15 minutes. I don't know what those are going to look like, though. All right, so many of the institutions involved in the bailout of First Republic also said they're looking to make a possible purchase of Silicon Valley Bank, according to Fox. So, interesting. But yeah, Exxon's still ripping up. So oil actually doing really well. And again, you got to kind of look at it in terms of extension. Market flat. Gonna wait until if we get a breakdown here, great. I'll attack it. But so far we are in. You can kind of see the range change here. So again, we got this trend. This trend held all morning until the opening bell, and then now we're essentially in this tight little range trend here. We tapped over the top of it for a split second, but now we're essentially in this tight little range trend, and we'll have to see what happens with this break here. That's kind of what I'm looking at now. I'm going to short this. Two contracts here. Honestly, if we move back up, though, I'm going to have to evaluate whether I want to keep pushing for the choppiness to break. If we get faked out here, then we're really going to have to be patient and wait for like a firm, like obvious, like solid range break. Because what days like this ultimately mean is that some blue chips are moving up and some blue chips are moving down. I want to be patient and let this break down here. And we're flat on it now. A little bit in the green so far. That's a little bit better now. Tapped out to the lows here at the bottom of that trend, and then look at that hold. So we were right about the trend. We drew the bottom of it, and look at where this candlestick goes. Right back down to the previous low of the day, and then right back up. So, you know, quad witching is a day of historical volatility, but it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get volatility at least. But I'm trying to be as patient as I can here. Again, we're just kind of looking sketchy right now. Right, back down. Again, patience paid off here. We're going to go ahead and cut that, and then we're going to get out the rest there. So back up to we're up about 50 on the day here. So we got a nice little cushion. Win-loss ratio 6-1 right now. So we're doing pretty solid in terms of wins versus losses here. And we cut that just in time, too. I might short this pop, too. Started off with one. Maybe add some if we get some favorable price action here. All right, so that's better. Two contracts now. Took half off there. I'm gonna get out the rest flat right there. So again, we're up about $55 on the day. Up about $55 on the day now. Maybe we get a firm breakdown too. We're starting to test the bottom of that range, but Did Dave Portnoy sell Barstool? Okay, so it was actually acquired for 400 million. All right, so we're gonna short into this pop. 2 contracts here on the short side. Got enough green in this to where we're not super worried. Even if it goes against this, we'll be all right. The weakness is there, and I think this little bounce signals a potential continuation of a downward trend. Here we go. I'm going to unload half of that there, ride the rest of the breakdown, cut that there too. So we're up about $75 on the day now. So here's our profit graph so far today. Caught the downward trend swing and then covered it quickly here. So you can kind of see we look for trends and then we look to see if those trends break, and then we sometimes attack those trends break. But yeah, we cut losses super fast for sure. But I mean, I'm a scalper though, Ben. So it's like, you got to understand, man, there's a direct correlation between the amount of time I hold a position and my accuracy rate, you know? And so if I try to hold positions longer, again, I would have lost on this specific trade, you know, but instead I made money on it. I made $25, $30 on it, you know? So it really depends on the length of time you're willing to hold stuff. And there's a direct correlation. I mostly have a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. There's a direct correlation between how long you hold something and like your risk reward ratio and your accuracy rate. Like, you're not going to be able to get 5-to-1 reward to risk with a 90% accuracy rate. Nobody is. Anybody that claims to get that consistency is full of crap. Like, it's just not how it really goes in trading. You can either plan to hold things longer and really maximize your reward target and have lower accuracy, or you can cut your losses really, really quickly and cut your winners quickly, but have super high accuracy rate. And again, you can kind of see my accuracy rate here. And again, this is a small day. We're not really up anything. I'm just kind of in the cushion building phase of my day. But you see my win loss ratio is 4.5-to-1. And so I'm running like 80% accuracy. A little bit better than that, actually. Over 80% accuracy today. So I've lost once out of 4.5 trades, essentially. So yeah. So, and honestly, this is a little bit skewed from like me taking profit in a trade and then getting out the rest as well. But that's my point, is that my accuracy is really high, but my reward to risk ratio is about a 1-to-1 ratio. And so, you know, again, you got a bunch of nonsense traders telling people that you can hold trades and get 4-to-1, 5-to-1 reward to risk while also having a 90% accuracy rate. Most of the time, they're just trying to sell you a course. The reality of it is, you know, you can either scalp and have really high accuracy rate, but not the best reward to risk ratio. Like I said, my R&R ratio is about 1-to-1. You know, if I make 20 cents of profit, I lose about 20 cents of my losses. So I got about a 1-to-1 ratio. And that's fine because my accuracy rate justifies that and compensates for the lower reward to risk ratio. And so it really varies depending on what you're trying to do in trading. What's up? Yeah, for sure. I'm in net profit for sure. I mean, again, you can kind of see my graph here. Had a little rough day yesterday on accident because I accidentally bought freaking 6 contracts of something completely by accident here. So like if you guys saw the glitch yesterday, I accidentally bought 6 contracts of something. Like I bought 2 contracts, nothing happened. So I clicked it again, nothing happened. So I clicked it again, nothing happened. By the time it finally unfroze, I had 6 contracts and I lost like $400 plus. And so that's where this big drawdown is. But prior to this, like this was just a user error, I guess, or a glitch in my platform. If you look at last month as well, last month's looking pretty nice too. So my graph is solid. Again, yesterday was actually my first losing day all month. And again, it was from a glitch too. And so it kind of shows what type of accuracy rate I'm capable of producing regularly. And again, this was a glitch, 100%. If you guys saw me yesterday, a lot of people said they got the same glitch too, which is interesting. But yeah, we're doing pretty well, you know. You know, yesterday we're still green on the week too, even though we had that big loss yesterday. So I'll take it. I've been trading for 40 years and I think you're pretty good, but you don't rely on many technicals and moving averages. I think one of the reasons I am good is because I don't rely on any of that stuff, bro. I don't need to. Like I can look at the market itself, and I look at the volume weighted average price for sure. But again, here's a picture of my SPY chart. A lot of the time I'll look at the SPY and then trade off of the evening. But like to put it into perspective, this is what I see on my SPY chart right now. So like you can kind of see this is what my SPY chart looks like. So like I've basically built the same range that I drew on that chart, and I'm just looking at range breaks, highs and lows of the day, momentum. And again, what I try to do is I try to build up a cushion. What I try to do is I try to build up a cushion, and then I swing larger size into that cushion once I have it. But yeah, in 4 minutes we got the Michigan consumer expectations and consumer sentiment. So we'll see how these impact the markets. We'll report on them as soon as they come out. But yeah, consumer sentiment and expectations dropping pretty soon. Yeah, I keep things very, very simple. I think there's a lot of people trying to look cool that just have so many different indicators on that their chart is just cloudy nonsense. I'd rather keep it much simpler and really get into a flow state analyzing the range and movement of a chart. Yeah, analysis paralysis, 100%. I use the 200 EMA, but that's it. I don't use any other moving averages. I think all the other ones are essentially useless for me in my style of trading. The 200 EMA is a long enough term moving average to where you got a lot of other people watching it and they see it as a milestone level. And so in that regard, they treat it as such and they buy it based off of it and they sell it based off of it and stuff like that. I think all the other moving averages, there's just too many variations to really pinpoint one. You got the 9, 12, all these different ones that all these other traders are using, and there's just too many of them. The 200 EMA kind of curbs a lot of that nonsense out and looks at a really long-term moving average that a lot of other people are watching as well. So I mean, it is what it is. I didn't even know what St. Patrick's Day when I woke up this morning, man. Choppy sideways action though, not really the best price movement. Market's just sideways right now. All right, guys, we got the Michigan consumer expectations and sentiment data dropping. Expectations for expectations are for 64.5 for consumer expectations, 66.9 for consumer sentiment. Data drops in about 10 seconds. We'll see how this impacts the market. I think a lot of the market might be waiting on this data, but it's not really huge influential data. The market might react to it, but not as profoundly as you might think it does. Here's the report right now. So a spike up. So consumer expectations came in at 61.5, lower than expected. Consumer sentiment came in at 63.4, lower than expected. Both of these came in lower than expected. The market reacted to it, though. Put all this data up on screen so you can see it. Market loved it. So, hey, good for it, man. All right, so here's the data up on screen. Data right there. Market reacted very positively to it. Market's flying up. But yeah, there's the data right there. Market liked it. So. SPY rip it up to the top of the range here, but it's still a very neutral trend. We'll see if this trend changes anything yet. Which I don't know if it will, but you can see the data right here underneath me, right here. All of it came in lower than expected. So it all came in lower than expected. There's the data right there. No, I'm not funded yet, but I take it really slow, Justin. Like I don't really necessarily need to get funded, so it's not something that I spend all my time worrying about. I talked about it yesterday as well as like I'm mostly like a risk adverse trader. And so it's like for me to get funded, it's going to take a while because like I just trade really, really small because you got to understand the correlation between like my Thinkorswim account's 120,000 in buying power. And so while I'm already funded on my regular account and I don't need to get funded necessarily, most people are not going to have it like that. Most people are going to have a big benefit of getting funded on Top Step. And the way I've tried to do it before is I just take too much risk. I take too much size. But because I already trade this way on Thinkorswim, it's a hard transition for me to go from trading real money on TOS and taking calculated small risk and kind of profiting over the year, which I am green in Thinkorswim this year. So I am green on Thinkorswim. But it's a really hard transition for me to go from TOS green, and trading small to trading a little bit more risky on Top Step. And I think most people are going to find a huge benefit of Top Step because ultimately most new traders are going to lose money. So it's just a lot cheaper to lose on Top Step. You still get the same pressure you would get with a real account, but you're just not taking the risk. And the base package on Top Step is $140. What they do is they give you a demo, and if you can hit the target on those, on that demo while following their rules, without hitting their max loss essentially and following their phases, then they fund you between 50 to 150K with a 90% split. And the whole point is like most people are not going to be able to pass these because most traders lose money. But that's the point, is that it's so much cheaper to lose on Top Step than it is to put up 10, 15K yourself trying to trade futures and lose that, right? You're going to lose thousands of dollars that way. And the real edge is that there's no PDT in futures. So it's a great introductory to the futures market where you're not taking on a ton of risk, but you still have some pressure. And if you're good enough to pass it, you get funded legitimately as a proprietary funded futures trader. And they've been around for over 10 years. They pay out millions every year. So yeah, if you want to check them out, here's the link. They are a sponsor of mine though. And so I'm certainly biased in their favor. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie about it, Justin. I don't think there's a point. I don't think it matters though. Like, I think, like I said, I think some traders need to take funded account programs and some don't. You know, and I am one of those traders that don't, because I'm already funded in my I already got 6 figures in buying power on my Thinkorswim account, and I'm green on that on the year. And so it's like, the only way I'm ever going to get funded on Top Step is by taking it slow and trading small and playing the long game. Because if it's going to influence my regular trading too much. If I go from really aggressive on Top Step to really risk adverse on Thinkorswim with real money, it's just going to hurt my trading too much. So, but I think the edge of using Top Step makes sense. It's something that I wish I would have had in the beginning when I first got started. But again, I mean, I trade Top Step maybe an hour out of every day, you know, where I trade Thinkorswim, you know, a little bit more from that. But again, Top Step is a sponsor, so, you know, I could buy this breakout, but I'm too worried that this is just going to chop right back down too. And, you know, there it goes. So, yeah, it's kind of a tough market. We get a big down wick here. I'll buy this. Nvidia ripping. Yeah, Nvidia and AMD are just hard buys for me, though. It's just hard stuff to buy, you know. All right, guys, so we got a big down wick here. I could buy this dip now. I guess I'll buy a little bit. 2 contracts. Gotta be careful, though. And if this chops me out, we're going to be much... much more risk adverse today. But again, to put it into perspective, yesterday was my first losing day all month trading on the combine. My first losing day was yesterday, and it was kind of a user error. I don't even know if it was necessarily my fault. Definitely some of it was. But what happened, like I said, I told people what happened. Yeah, we're going to cut that. But I told people what happened, and yeah, we're still up 50, 60 bucks on the day. But yeah, I told people what happened. Basically, so yeah, it looks like a good move to get out there. Market's very sideways and neutral and just not really looking that fun to me. Market is completely choppy. We probably widen this range out a little bit too, but a green day so far. I don't know if pressing harder is going to be the right move here. There we go. Market dipping down, so very choppy neutral day here, all honesty. I don't know if it's the right move to take larger risks here. We will see. All right, market basically came all the way back down, all the way back down. Yeah, again, still green day. Our profit factor today still is 3 to 1. You know, here's our graph so far today, guys. You know, we're still doing pretty solid. And yeah, we'll see what happens. It'll be a fun time. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and close it down, guys. Before we leave, though, check out some of our sponsors, man. We got some great sponsors here. Again, I'm certainly biased in their favor, so of course. So understand that. Like, I'm certainly biased in their favor. But check out Chart Prime. Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service, and this is a powerful service here. So you can use this service in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures, and it's a custom indicator service. So they give you custom alerts, custom indicators, and their indicators can just be powerful, man. Again, just check out them from yesterday, dude. Like, here's yesterday's trading. Let me zoom out a little bit, and you can kind of see. Here's yesterday at the opening bell. So like, here's yesterday at the opening bell. Like, look at this trading here. So we'll put we'll talk about which ones worked and which one doesn't. They got a 40% off deal going on right now. But yeah, so check this out. Like, just look at this. All right, so this is like $35 a month. So it's very cheap as well. So they give you custom reversal signals. Look, reversal up, bounce, reversal down, signal, drop. You get 2 engulfing candles and a MS candle. You get a bounce over like a 15-minute period. You get a bullish engulfing candle literally right at the bottom of this range. You get a bounce back up. A possible reversal down signal here. You get a drop over like a 10-minute period. Literally called the top of that. This one called the very top of this entire move down here. So like, look at that whole move here. This one was wrong, but even still had a green candle. This one, again, called the very top. You know, like, look at that, called the very top, and you get a drop over like a 10-minute period there. It's a kind of powerful indicator service if you use it right. And again, you can use it in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. You can use it on any time frame as well. This is just a 1-minute time frame. You can use it on like an hourly time frame. And it can be powerful in that regard as well. Let's see if it has anything good. So yeah, I mean, look, look at this, guys. This is really genuinely impressive here. Okay, so look, each candlestick represents an hour. All right, so look, reversal down literally at the bottom of this range over like period of days. Reversal down signal and a bearish engulfing candle. When you have 2 of them show up, here's the bearish engulfing, here's the reversal down signal. When you have 2 of them showing up, they can be even more powerful. Look, over literal days, you get drops. Look at the very top again, over an hour time frame. Literal day of dropping here. And then these 2 at the very bottom, more bounces. So again, I can't fake that. Again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. They are a sponsor. I'm certainly biased. But again, they also have a chart pattern section where it shows you like the actual chart patterns. Let me show you. So here's the actual chart patterns. So this one will show you, look at the wedge candles here as well. Like, look at this. So it'll show you the range and automatically document the range. Can be powerful, man. It can be powerful. It's called Chart Prime. It's literally $35 a month if you use my link and get 20% off. Hey, good luck, Adam. I hope you make some money in that, brother. Good luck, man. Again, these are sponsors of mine. I'm definitely biased. I try to keep most of the plugs to the end of the stream. We're up a very small amount today, but green nonetheless. We're up green in stocks and futures. But yeah, guys, y'all have a good weekend. Love you all. Let me know who you got. Edwards? Listen, guys, Edwards or Usman this weekend? You got Edwards or Usman this weekend? I got to go with my boy Edwards, bro. I hope Edwards wins. I want Edwards to win. But Usman, he's one of the GOATs, I think. Usman, you can't underestimate him. I'm not going to call it luck, but he got a very low probability loss in the last fight. And so that should be fun. But yeah, if you want to check out Chart Prime, link is in the description. If you want to check out Top Step and try to get funded, link for that is in the description. Good luck. Love you all. Y'all be safe. I'm trading on both, Lorenzo. So my Thinkorswim account is about 120,000 in buying power. It's a real account. But I'm also trading the Combine on Top Step. And again, here's my graph from that Combine. Today, this month of March, last month. So, yeah. Good luck, guys. Y'all have a good weekend. Be safe. Love you all. Y'all be good. We'll see you guys.